Haluatko sä sanoa, että mitä meidän esitykset on? Haluatko sä käydä läpi ne, että puhutaan? Muistatko sä nopeasti lonkalta?
Joo, kyllä mä suunnilleen muistan.
No niin, okei. Sä voit sen sanoa sitten.
Okei. Have you decided, Kero, have you decided who goes after Mentar? Is it you or?
I decided I am.
Okay.
Are we online already?
And Koski is the third one.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we should be online.
We can break my part abruptly if we need to do lunch. And continue later.
Okay. We're live.
Okay. Hello from the PlanetsCon 2023. I think this is 6th live PlanetsCon, and it has been very nice since this. And I'm Isoti, and here's Rauli, SMN, and also we have one other Emperor, Emperor Mentar here. And today we are going to hear very nice presentation about the different subjects and have fun, and Rauli can talk you a little bit more.
Okay, so our program today, we're not quite sure yet how it goes. Our lunch is coming in approximately 3 hours. So in the morning session we have 3 presentations. We are going to start with Emperor Mentar doing a deep game analysis of the classic Invitational number 2. And then we will have McNimble, who will discuss randomness and the nature of randomness in planets. And the third set will be Commander Koski, who will discuss the concept of active priority points. And in our afternoon session, we will have Emperor Isote. He will be discussing the concepts of economy and pain. And then will be Klaas KJN here, who will be doing analysis when to collect priority points and when to not collect. And then I will do a short recap of the old queue systems and how it developed into what we have now, and we will move into our panel discussion where we are actually going to discuss the current meta and the queue and how we like it and everything. And now I'll turn to Emperor Mentar.
Emperor Mentar.
Don't worry, you can make sorry.
No, it's not. That was delayed because I was delayed.
You got delayed.
It's live here. Now it's live, I think.
We have audio.
Okay.
So the camera is out of the move.
Okay, let's go about you now.
There's anything like
Huh?
they can hear us.
Okay, please, after testing, turn it down so that we don't have any echoes.
Last time we played, did they kill it?
Yeah. All right. Now we have a nice echo. This is exactly what I wanted to prevent.
It's not bored.
Okay. This should be fine now. Waiting for someone, or should we just continue?
Just continue.
Okay, let's. All right, so let's keep it up then. Here's a small list of contents. We're going to start with game creation and rules, and who is going to play with this. Then, as you can see, the time up to the ship limit is going to take most of the time of the presentation, with good reason, because, well, it sounds a little bit conceited, but I think the game was pretty much decided by ship limit. And after that, we are going to go how things continued with the triumvirate. We are going to go into details then. And then we have some campaigns against the robot first, and then against the defenders next. And the game is going to be over afterwards. Okay. So, first of all, the game creation and rules. The game was an initiative from Nerf and Tailspin, who already had created a invitational for games with the classic rules. As a reminder, the main differences with the classic rules is hard chip limit and slightly different PP prices. Ships were one priority points cheaper than they are, than they were. It's been partially revoked already because some ships got cheaper again. Primarily, this matters because of the feared D19B, the popper from the Furies. I refuse to call them Furies, so please don't be concerned. They are Furies for me. Yeah. And having them cost 2 PPs is very much different from having them cost 3. We're going to go into that a little bit later. What was also important for me was win condition diplomatic planets with max allies 1, meaning that it was possible to finish the game with 1 ally. This makes a huge difference because if you are playing Highlander games where only one person can win, this changes the diplomatic angle. You must be prepared to turn against your former allies time and time again. This is much more stressful, and so playing with 1 ally means the game can be finished much quicker. Also, I thought. We also have fight or fail. This is something which didn't really exist in classic games, but it has been added because it just makes sense. What are you doing? Well, do I have to shout? So we have a fight or fail with +1 every 7 turns. This is very mild, but in the end it actually did matter. Let's go there. We are starting with 550 planets this time, not 500. For whatever reason, I don't know, but it threw off a lot of utilities which are trying to predict which homeworlds are located where. And we have no specialties like star clusters, nebulas, debris disk or so, and a grand total of 4 iron storms, which are perfect circles in the old classic game. will also make a difference. Okay, so let's quickly go through all the players. And before the game started, of course, I did a little bit of research, trying to look into everyone. So this is what I came up with. I was still I openly admit it, I was still a little bit butthurt after a poor showing in the Virgo War. This was when I was playing Borg, and yes, I successfully managed to be first at ship limit in score, and I had quite a decent fleet. And that was my undoing, because I had a bad selection of people around me, which I couldn't really attack into, and in the end I was already on the defensive when I needed to step out due to COVID and having to tend to my parents. But I was already under pressure there. My second defeat by the hands of ISOT, at least that's how I felt it, and so we got to work on that later. For this game, I unsuccessfully tried to motivate some other emperors to participate in the classic Invitational. First I got non-committal growling, or yeah, maybe, or look at, yeah, I'll see, but nobody jumped, so I was the only one of the old guard entering there. To make this game interesting, I had a big plan right from the start. This time I wanted to play Federation, so that a Federation is, especially under classic rules, is very peaceful, not very powerful, not very intimidating, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice to have lots and lots of SSDs? Because SSDs in fat hand would be 300 mass, 8 beams, 6 base, and fairly cheap and extremely powerful. That should be a nice combination to play. So
nobody uses this ship to fight.
Huh?
Nobody uses this ship to fight.
This ship can do everything. It can easily make mincemeat out of almost every torpor except the huge ones. And
It's like an instrument.
yeah.
It's like an instrument.
Yeah, it's super powerful, and I thought, okay, let's make some effort into trying to make this happen. So who plays the Empire? And that was easy. It was Koski. So I was approaching him before turn 1 and asked, hey, this is something I want to do. Can we somehow make it possible? Because I know that some people are very very careful about handing their prime ships, and I thought that I knew that Koski was one of them, so I started early, but I got some yeah, we can talk about that. At least it didn't sound impossible. So I was happy with that. Let's go on. I was also planning to start slow, to make sure that I don't look very intimidating early on and until ship limit, because being dogpiled on by everyone around me was very unpleasant in Virgo, and I didn't want to repeat this little experience. So also I was willing to try out S&M's advice: don't ally the race, ally the players. The reason behind that is when I'm dogpiled on, I usually only can collect those players who are not very experienced, not very active, and end up writing the war efforts for all of them. This is not what I wanted to do this time. I want players who can play on their own. Well, and so eventually the plan was go for a fast Allied victory. Who else was in the game? Lizard was played by Social Assassin. He had Supreme Commanders. He was Supreme Commander before. He finished 3rd in the Virgo War, after jumping in for the dropping privateer, but still decent effort. And he is an all-rounder. I've seen him play very well over a wide range of races, and I knew him to be a reasonable and realistic negotiator. So you can talk business with him easily. The third one was Lou Silverhand. His highest ranking was Vice Admiral, and something was very special about him. He has played 23 games so far. He has survived in every single one of them. Every single one of them. No drops, no defeats, and his worst finish was 4th. This is quite a combination. At the same time, he also wasn't the kind of guy who was smashing first all the time. So he was always in the top third, but rarely a winner. I was looking into his games a bit. The economic performance pre-ship limit was so-so. He was no ISOT. But at the same time, it works. And I didn't know him at all. That's how we started. Well, then we have Nerf as playing the Hordes of Fury. He was lots of Supreme Commanders. I mean, he was in 4 championships. I don't really have to introduce him. He's one of the big movers and shakers, doing the Planets Mag and lots of other things. Very high number of games, very wide range of race selections, and finishes all over the board from top to bottom. Very random number. And he is famous, some could say notorious, for wild diplomacy. This will actually matter a lot later. The privateers have been Flabis. He has been Supreme Commander as well. He has a preference either for Crystal, which he played most, or Cloaking races. Well, fits. Many high finishes, but very few first places. So another solid player, but not a killer or murderer. His economic performance pre-ship limit was also so-so. Decent, but not spectacular either. And I also didn't know him at all before the game. Well, the Cyborg were played by Sidetracker. Also Supreme Commander, he has an extreme high number of games and especially an extremely high number of parallel games. This, in my eyes, is an indicator that his commitment to single games is limited. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This kind of approach. Meaning this is someone I wouldn't want to ally with for the long run. He tends to struggle a bit in high-level games. He is strong in low and medium-level games. When it comes to high-level games, it's getting tough for him. And as a Borg, I expected him to become an early target. And so I was limiting myself to say, no, really, I'm going to trade for everything, but I don't go for Fire Clouds just to avoid getting dogpiled on yet again. So that was my decision about him early on. The Crystal Confederation was Gigaschatten. Rear Admiral, he has lots of Crystal experience, and he's very successful in low to mid games and with difficulties in high-level games. Many deaths for a Crystal. I mean, if there's something a Crystal usually does, then it is survive. He is dying a lot. I didn't know it at all, but this is an indicator, okay, there must be a reason why he's getting eliminated. We'll get into that later as well. Then we have the Evil Empire with Commander Koski. He is a good old Supreme Commander. And he was one of those players in the game which I was very conscious of and expected to finish high, because he finishes high over a wide array of races. So he is one who actually can win games. He's also an active and very successful league player. I met him in real life before. I thought this might simplify the negotiations some. So I thought he has a reputation of reliability and some tenacity. He doesn't die easy. And he was the one I started to work on for early SSD treats before the game even started. Then we have Chioko for the Robotic Imperium. Supreme Commander, he was having quite some fame for his cooperation with Ted in Capricorn, the game which was never to end. He is also a wild card. He can finish very strong in difficult high-level games, but also very poorly. And he's got a very high number of drops and death recently, meaning in the last games. For me, an indicator that he probably has some real-life stuff going on or so, but at least I needed to be aware and prepared that if things go badly, that he would go out very quickly. Except for that, I didn't know him at all, I didn't talk to him, and I didn't have a game with him. Finally, no, not quite finally, the Rebel Confederation, Jason. Now, Jason, I know him very well. I've actually met him twice in the US even, and he's a really nice guy and a very strong, and if you ask me, underrated player. He is super strong. He is someone who can definitely hold his own. He is playing a very evil rebel. He's one of the guys who kicked my ass in Die Hard 2. The only game in this universe in which I was convinced that I had won, which was then taken away from me. He's a tough negotiator. I mean, this is almost funny. If you try to come to a proper conclusion with some deals with him, take yourself a month off. This is even if the deal is easy and normal, usually it takes a long while because he thinks, no, never accept the first offer. This can take a while, and I'm not a patient player. One more thing is he does not seek victory with all his heart. This I put it this way, meaning that if you are allying with him and you turn out to be the winner or turn out to be faster, then he is not about to stab you in the back for that, which of course makes him a perfect ally. Like I said, a really nice guy. Finally, another wild card. The colonies were played by Obi-Wan Kenobi, a vice admiral. He had played only very few games and almost won them all. And he obviously was very dedicated. He is a specialist for carrier races, it seems. He's from what he's been playing. And I've been looking into the games, and his pre-ship limit game is fairly solid. Not exceptional, but this is the economy you need if you want to win games, well, which he obviously did, duh. But here's also something to take him very seriously. Now, wildcard, as in he doesn't even have a photo or an avatar, and I didn't know him at all. So let's see where this goes. Okay, turn 1. This is the map. I was quite happy about that. It's not shown. I'm down here. And I was quite happy with the start because there is a very big cluster around here with lots of planets, which is connected to my cluster, so it's fairly easy to lay claim on it. An extension to the north is possible, also with good close, with a good and it's close enough to reach it with 2 times warp 9, and it's relevant. I have a warp 9 link to the right cluster to my right neighbor, so I need to see how this goes. Finally, if you look at it, I assume probably there must be a player out here. But like I said, we had 550 planets this time. So usually it's alternating outer ring, inner ring, outer ring, inner ring. Here, I wasn't sure where it is. Is someone in this cluster? I thought so. But if not, if someone is in this cluster, then this might be a big area to develop into. But anyway, all things considered, I was quite happy. Positive, the dense clusters nearby, and I've got away to the north. But other than this one cluster, there is a poor expansion path towards the center. So if I want to develop towards the center, which I usually do, this is. Hey, hang on a second. Why is this thing refusing my input? It always goes forward. I wanted to go backward. So as you can see, towards the center, there's lots of open space. I didn't like that so much. Anyway, since I had so many planets in the area, I decided to go with a Brynhild opening, meaning this, for those who are not familiar with the ship, it has a bioscanner. So it's essentially I decided to go with this ship, only tag a lot of planets, and hope to see some planets which are good for me. Give me some bovinoids also. Unfortunately, not so much. Okay, let's go to turn 5. I was quite happy initially, but things were not quite easy as I hoped. First of all, positives. The negotiations with Koski about early SSDs were successful. Yay! Game plan accomplished. Essentially, the trade was you give me an SSD early so that I can make some proper clones of that. At the same time, he gets a permanent refit base for me in his area. Good is I have a high number of natives on the planets nearby. Meaning that it seems, well, as a Fed you usually don't struggle with money, but I would most definitely would not struggle with money. I had a 4.7 avian representative right next to my homeworld, meaning cash is no issue. The negatives, I didn't find significant uranium sources. So with significant uranium sources, I mean something with 500 or more uranium in the planet with decent density percentages. No such thing at all. And things got even worse with moly. I mean, this was almost funny. Okay, moly is usually not a big problem because you have a big starting stockpile, so you can somehow manage. You can adjust to make sure that it doesn't that you don't end up broke. But in the first 15 planets I opened up, I think there were 3 planets which had 100 something not on the surface in the planet. Most planets had been below 100. I mean, this was totally crazy, and I thought, okay, this means that I will have to adjust my economy. I'll probably have to scrape together a Merlin before I do anything else, and I'm not allowed to sell any supplies at all. So the extension status is very worrisome. Manageable so far, but worrisome. Finally, I needed to intensify my map information trade because I usually try to have the map more or less pieced together, which races where, by turn 10. I had to work for that.
Why did you have to work for that? People were not sharing, or?
People were not very communicative, and those people who were, they tended to be on the same side. I really had difficulties piecing the North together.
Okay.
So this is not easily seen. It's not very big, so I get over here. Again, this is my area here. To my right was the rebel, Jason. Fine. To my left was Chioko, the robots. Not so fine, because the robots are a very tough customer when you try to attack into them. This is usually they have minefield priority, they have carriers, and yes, you're going to win, but you're going to hurt. But then, if you are in this position, as you can see, the center is not really an option. So I need to decide: do I go left or do I go right? And I was not going to attack into the rebel. No, I was trying to befriend him. So the robots the decision was pretty much made by turn 10 because I was able to come to an agreement with Jason early on. So we decided, okay, we are not going to harm each other. If anything, we are going to try and race for the victory and cooperate, and whoever is first, and we'll go from there. Over here behind that are the birds who were giving friendly sounds back to me, but nothing very committal. Now, the privateers, they were fairly easy to befriend. Very soon I was about to make deals with him, and I was asking him, okay, what would you want in exchange for an MBR? And well, essentially, in the end, his answer were, I want Emperor tips. Okay, yeah, well, he said, I want to learn, I want to get extra information, I want to get tips from you. Is that something you are fine to give? Yeah, oh damn, yeah, I was fine to give that from an MBR. So I was going to be on friendly terms with him. Now, Sidetracker, like I said, he was the one I pretty much excluded from my communication, just to make sure that nothing bad happens. But he was between pirates and colonies. This is not going to take long, especially since he did not do the standard explosive opening where the Borg uses probes to take everything, which he easily could have done in the center, but he didn't. So I was pretty sure that Sidetracker was going to go out very quickly. The colonies, they were also nice, but also non-committal. I didn't get real map intro out of them. So we can see. Then we have Koski. We had the agreement with the SSDs. I was happy. Gnurfk, yeah. I was, of course, communicating with him a bit, but I was determined to take anything he said with a grain of salt, because he was known to mix wisdom with lies, so to say, and so I was careful about this. The Crystal, Gigaschatten, what I found remarkable was how hostile and cold he was. First, I was trading some high, and what about that? With him, something non-committal, and then he said, "Oh, I just found out that you're completely elsewhere, so why are you bothering me?" More or less. Okay, no problem. Go on. Good luck. The Lizard, Social Assassin over here, and well, like I said, Rebel was over there. So the map was together. So how do you? Well, maybe not Koski because he knows this game, but are there any developments simply on map placement you expect to happen?
Can you review again quickly the races?
What?
Again, put out the races, sorry.
Okay. Pets, robots, birds, pirates, Borg, colonies, empire, furies, crystal, and lizard.
Borg is in trouble.
Borg is in big trouble. Yeah.
Empire also has question on every, right? Like Furies could attack Empire potentially, no?
Huh?
It's classic.
They can do that in both. Any other standard developments you would expect?
Well, I would say robot goes against bird.
So would I.
Yeah.
He should.
I mean,
He didn't.
okay.
He died.
Did the lizard do anything, or?
Lizard, yeah. The lizard over here, well, the main advantage, okay, what do you expect the lizard to do?
I mean,
I expect him to expand because there's a geometrical opening for him.
Yeah, I would expand to the middle where there's lots of plants are, right?
Yep.
Natural
But
border.
I would maybe
Can you please
Respect.
shut the door? There's some smoke coming in. Smokers.
the,
We don't want alarms.
the question really is what has been done with the bottom left cluster, right? Because it's far away from everything. and
No
the
one is
proper-
there.
Yeah, nobody's there. And the question for me would be, will Robert go there? Because if he will ship there, what does he do? How will he get the resources out again? Is he
Well,
paying for it?
I can tell you this much early on. The robots, well, Checo here has not been extremely active by turn 10, and he's been flying his freighters with visible bearing.
Oh, okay.
So you can easily say where he goes, and essentially this is where he ended.
Oh, so he didn't care about the leftmost cluster at
No.
all? Nice.
Okay.
The lizard, he got a carrier, or did he get a carrier from anyone?
Well, I didn't know by then.
But I think the big,
Try to get one.
Oh yes.
the bigger question is who are the strong players, not which are the races. Because actually I feel Robots is a bad player, so I think he should be just squeezed.
The strong player, so to say. I consider myself strong. The rebel is strong.
Jason, yeah.
The lizard is strong, social assassin, and then up there, to be honest, I was underestimating Gnurfk a bit. I had to adjust this opinion later on. I knew that Koski was strong, and the colonies probably good. Those were the players which I considered.
But the left side is quite weak. Yeah. So you can just move on
Could the
to the
lizard,
left side, possibly.
could the lizard try an early strike on the pistol? Or no?
I couldn't know by then. I mean, essentially, this is the information I have right now. Okay, I could mix it with knowledge from how the game progressed, but at this point of time, I didn't know much more.
Did you worry about Lizard and the Rebels to join together, because there are two strong players and they would have been very strong team if big.
They could have, but at the same time, I
But
knew
you had
that
good diplomacy.
I had good diplomacy
Yeah.
with Jason. I
Yes.
knew him, and I also knew that he was not a turncoat, so I felt fairly confident by him.
Okay,
so
it's a safe bet.
yes,
Back from left, right?
it's a very safe bet. So essentially, this is what the conclusion was of the map completion. I decided by then ally with Jason and take out the robot next. And then I needed to intensify my wooing of the privateers. That was the agreement with MBR for Emperor. This came after this. After I decided, okay, I've got carriers. I'm going to have SSDs as medium carriers, and I'm going to have rushes as big carriers. I mean, fed rushes are prime. So I was happy to commit. So on the fighting front, I was golden. Then I needed a cloaker. If I get a cloaker and preferably an MBR, then I would be all set. So needed to do that. And then, well, Koski is far away. I noticed that when I was talking about, okay, how to do this, he was a little bit, well, I call it non-committal. He was, okay, he is far in the north, I'm far in the south, and getting things organized so that you have enough turns left to properly clone the SSDs, then I would like to do it as quickly as possible, and I had no hyper yet. And when I asked him, can you please send something in my middle, he was more like, yeah, when I have one free, I'm going to send it. So, but okay, I was still thinking, no problem, this is going to work. So, what else? To economy. My homeworld stockpile has run out. I was essentially building based on what I could ship back in from the other planets, from those with less than 100 in the planets. So that was really critical. So I needed to start with some hulls and stuff. Neutronium exists, but in the wrong places, meaning I had some big neutronium depots in the inner rings. Inner ring for me is 2 to 3 times warp 9. This is where they were, but I needed to develop them first, and this is okay for the final turns before the ship limit, but at the moment I was struggling a bit. I could not ship as many clans outside which I wanted. This doesn't feel good either. Deranium is also very difficult. By then I already had to work with Excel to see how can I get a Merlin together. Once I had a Merlin, once the first Merlin pops out, I'm golden. Then I can convert the supply hordes which I had. This is all fine, but until then, and where do I get it? So I really needed to scrape together a Merlin first in turn 13, and I still didn't have a second base.
Okay.
This sucks.
How did you get back your freighters?
Huh?
How did you get back your freighters? Because freighters cost a lot of uranium.
Yes, of course. Well, I had 6 LDSFs by then, and I wanted to avoid the old Fed trap to start a medium freighter economy, because this is not how you win. Medium freighters are alibi builds. They don't matter much, so I didn't want to do that. So yeah, Duranium I could manage, but I needed to be a little bit careful with that. But Molly was a real problem. So Koski, you said I didn't believe that Mentar was truthful. Actually, I was. You can look at that. Molly was totally critical. On the plus side, cash is plentiful. I had lots of good natives, so cash is not an issue. Turn 15, a big disappointment and a new hope. What has happened by then? Well, I had pretty much, well, this is more or less the border which I agreed on. Jason actually negotiated this down cluster out for me. Okay, fine, have it. I can do that very quickly. He can with hypers, so this is an example of Jason negotiations. I got this whole cluster fairly well. That was fine. I got this part, and I had some quick understanding with Choco just to avoid running into him in fights early on. He got a little bit here, which I didn't worry about because I could take it any way I wanted, any day I wanted. But the big bad news is Koski opted out of the SSD deal. And I was furious. I was hopping mad when I heard that. Not at Koski, but at Nerf. The thing is, the decision came late. We already had a base handover, well, once he arrived there. But then he told me, sorry, I can't go through with that. You're getting too strong. I understand that. And to his credit, he apologized and tried to limit the economic damage to me. I mean, base handovers means less ships, stuff like that. So this was unpleasant, but fine. I understand if he already got pieced together that I was in a good position, then I don't mind. But Gnurf really triggered me bad. And because he was sending messages all over to other players who reported to me that Gnurf was agitating against me, and most of the things he wrote about me were simply completely untrue. It's completely made up. And he also gloated about being able to successfully work on you.
And the funniest thing is that I'm not sure if you know it, but we didn't communicate at all.
Obviously, I can't know it. He just claimed that he did, and I considered him completely capable of doing that. I mean, I've never had the pleasure of playing a game with him before, but I had some
Emperor friends who did, and
we had agreed a border, but that's it.
Why did you then opt out of the deal? It's
actually,
to do those, so.
I'm here preparing commentary. I could make an ad hoc presentation about the reasons.
Well, I can give one reason.
Well, it was, of course, I hope you understand. I believed Gnurf when he said he successfully worked on you. So that's what, and I was really fucking mad because if there is something, Gnurf is great at two things. First of all, lets you and him fight. For some reason, he is very successful in antagonizing other people to act against their interest, just by giving advice, like sharing observations and stuff like that. And this is something I'm always wondering, why the fuck are the people believing him? What is wrong with them? Don't they know him? And this is why I was really mad, and Gnurf was quite happy, and that made me really mad as well. On top of it, I overdid it in abuse. So once I realized, oops, I actually did hurt his feelings, I had to pull back and apologize a bit. But at that point of time, I was so disappointed because I was so looking forward to having multiple fat SSDs in a great game. Okay, this didn't work. So. Anyway.
So actually, you are mad at
Nerf?
Yes.
Because he talked Koski into not trying to.
Yes.
But now you have to be angry at Koski.
I was disappointed because but the way he handled it was fair and decent, and I could understand where it was coming from. And a little detail. I was going to my Emperor circle with
whom I usually share some thoughts. It was Emorg, SMN, ISOT, and Dungeon Master, so the old guard emperors. And I was asking them what the hell is going on. Is it okay if I share what you told me?
Yeah.
And that was when I got my next shock. SMN said, when I was asking him, who would you believe, Gnurf or me? And he said, well, the answer, Koski posed this question to SNN, and he answered, well, obviously Koski. And I was like, what the fuck? Why Koski? Well, and he said, well, what Gnurf said is 50% nonsense, but he's funny and harmless and no problem. What Mentar tells you is 99% true, and the 1% he omits is what kills you. That was. At first I was mad again, but then I started laughing. Yeah, well, so fine. Okay, I wouldn't get my SSDs, too bad. So plan B means that I need to switch to more rushes, which is not bad. Like I said, a fat rush is a crime. And the other alternative is I need
I need more cloakers, and we have that. And there we come to the New Hope. See this ship here? This little ship. The New Hope. That's the incoming MBR. Yes. He was
No
going...
robot minefields?
We come to that. We come
It's
to
awfully close to the robot location.
Yeah, we come to that. But he was going from here over there to here, and so starting turn 19, well, it arrived in turn 18. In turn 19, I could start cloning them, which was necessary because people were building SDSFs and stuff like crazy, spamming the ship queue, meaning it can be predicted that turn 23, turn 24, that was ship limit. Fairly early, but then in old classic times, it happens earlier.
So you could clone like on multiple bases, like going around.
I have one question. You said you didn't have enough minerals, but I just checked your first 5 turns. You didn't build the mines, so you definitely won't have minerals. So
I didn't what?
You didn't build any mines. You just built factories to your planets. I checked your first 5 turns. You say you have no minerals. It's you cannot hope for minerals if you build only factories. I just check. I must check. Sorry, I do anything for me.
We can go through the translator if you want.
You can get only 25 supplies for your first medium deep space vector, and I thought, oh no mines coming.
Because by then I didn't have much cash. It was limited.
Your federation.
Yes.
Oh no.
Cash comes in once you have colonists elsewhere. Once you have dropped them. Once you have taxed them, and once you have shipped this cash back, then you're rich.
But this is also didn't punish your colonists after your homeworld as you should have been.
Okay, this is the economy extremist. I'm running a little bit subdued approach.
Just a little bit.
It's an old debate between him and me. Yeah. So, but you'll see what you eventually get out of this anyway. So, okay, essentially, on turn 15, I was building my second base. Yes. So, by then I had this fleet, 1 Merlin, 1 STF, 6 LD, 6 large deep space, 2 medium deep space, 2 Falcons, 2 Nebula. I needed 1 Nebula in each area for to get at least some token military presence, and 1 Brynhild. That is turn 15. This sucks pretty much. Those are 15 ships. But like I said, I had one base until turn 15, so this is looking very pitiful. On the plus side, I was able to ship sufficient numbers of colonists over there into the second ring, and they were just about to develop properly. So there I had some planets with some mineral deposits which were then developing here, but it was very disconnected, left and right. But I knew an MBR would arrive in T18, starting cloning in T19, and Rush Hull was scheduled for me for cloning in turn 19 at the Rebels handover base, which he had with me. So, once you know that ship limit is between turn 23, 24, what kind of fleet would you expect would come out of this setup? Number of cap ships or other stuff like that.
How many bases did you use? 2 bases?
2 bases at turn 15.
Well, I think that actually this is pretty good, because you have to start building the capital ships around now. 15. Not so.
Yeah, well, I can.
Be a problem if you don't have resources.
Well, I can. I will start cloning cap ships, cloning the Russians at T19.
Okay.
So I have 19, 20, 21, 23. 23 is also the turn where you can't clone anymore because you're going to hit the ship limit, and so on turn 23 you would start to need building your own ships, otherwise you're left out in the cold.
I guess it's depending how much minerals you could stockpile to build additional bases to just, let's say, clone and tow.
So to multiply the rushes, if you can stockpile, take 10 hull bases nearby, one turn, yeah, you can, even with now only one rush, get out 6 or 7 of them probably.
Yeah. So this is what you described is exactly what I was able to do because I had the MBRs. So once I had the MBRs cloned, they would immediately tow the rush hulls to the next base, drop it and clone it, etc.
So that's I call that tow by cloning or something like that. If you do it right and you can switch the possession right before it comes to your own base, you can clone it by tow it by.
Yeah. So in the end, this is ship limit turn 24. Nothing big has happened here. Essentially, everybody was rushing to get their ships out as much as possible, so no big activities. Here was already sending MBRs over here to check if anybody is there. It might be the bird or something else, but if there is no coverage, just to claim them in time. So, huh?
We're just checking schedules, no hurry.
Okay,
no hurry.
Good.
And we were talking that
11.
We have no timetable.
Let's just do it as we go. Okay, so essentially ship limit 24. So what turns out, 5 Merlins, 1 refinery, 11 rushes, 2 Novas, 2 Missouri's, 1 Diplomacy, 2 Geminis, 3 Nebulas, 3 Lokis, 9 MBRs, 3 STFs, and a lot of smaller ships.
Okay, holy shit.
55 ships as well.
How many bases did you have at that point?
8.
8, okay.
So essentially, this is exactly what you described is exactly what happened. I finally had the logistics to activate those disconnected bases everywhere, and so I was able to provide them with what they needed. Rush hulls are relatively cheap in minerals, and so building bases and stuff like that, it worked out like a miracle. I had to tinker for a few hours each day, but in the end I was. But in the end,
lots of excellent calculating every single quantum of resource.
Well, actually, I did it in Excel, and I made predictions on how much minerals were going to be developed and stuff like that, so that I could see what needed to be shifted around. One more advantage of rushes: rushes have nice cargo holds, so you can bring along what you need, and cash never was a problem. So in the end.
And I guess probably all the MBRs only had transwarps and if beams at all, right?
Well, they had transwarps, X-ray, Mark IV, but this was going to change in the end. But for the time being, it works out just right. And so this is without the one lonely MBR which I had. This would not have been possible. So this is one more thing. MBRs rule. I heard from my contacts that I think it was Koski, but it also was Nerf. I saw that they were telling people, build SASFs, make sure that Mentar doesn't get yet another cloning turn, which actually didn't matter at all because at turn 24 my mineral stock was gone. Essentially, if I had 1 or 2 more turns, I couldn't have used much of it. I could have gotten maybe 1 or 2 more MBRs out of it, but that was it. But once I had this fleet, I was fairly convinced I'm probably going to win, because this is really good. I have everything covered, especially with my rebel partner. The rebel partner definitely was going to bring into to add base breaking by RGAs, and pretty much the entire rest is all set.
You have quantum torpedoes here?
No. Classic game.
That's the question. No quantum torpedoes because it's classic, right?
Yes. So so I don't have base breaking by my own. So But I mean, quantum torps, in my opinion, quantum torpedoes was a huge meta shift, propelling the Feds from also ran to one of the top contenders. Anyway, so this is what turns out. It turns things out. I think turns 18 to 24 will get approval from my from my industrial friend as well. If he wants to look at it, that worked well. Okay, so what's the situation? I didn't have fuel shortages anymore. I had developed neutronium depots. There I had some planets with lots of fuel and high percentages. This is one more thing. As a Fed, you have the 70% hit on mineral production, so this did matter in the earlier turns, but now fuel, I have fuel and I have the ships to tow them around where needed. MC generation has always been strong, no much things there. And to my left side, there is this huge area which is unclaimed, which I can move into, and I had the MBRs to get my stuff over there. MBR, STF combinations are also very nice for colonizing. That works. On the negative side, I now have a fleet I have to refit, and minerals were gone. They were really gone. So this was going to take some time. Essentially, the only real mineral gains which I had were converted supplies for a while. This is not fun. And Rushes and Geminis, they can be used for fighter building. The Rebel was going to provide that, but also it takes time and minerals and supplies which I don't want to hand over, so not very fun as well. And unfortunately, I had only exactly one decent bovinoid. Over here. So it's not like just place a Merlin over him and you can refit all you want. No, didn't have. Well, there was one more bovinoid over here with less than 1 million natives, so this was not going to cut the mustard.
50 degrees, grow them.
Yeah, I did grow.
Did you build any terraformers? No.
Sure. Yeah. Well, terraformers, I did build a few of them, and I would build them when needed. So we're going from here. But
4 planets is 1 bovinoid.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, not really. I had 55 planets. I had 2 bovinoids.
No, but I mean 5 planets with 100 factories is 500 factories, which is like a bovinoid. So I think bovinoids in the end, just if you get more planets.
Well, what I just
it's nice to have it all in the same place, but.
Yeah, what I just wanted to say is I was not ready to strike at turn 25, but I needed a little bit more extra time to get my ships sorted out. But the next thing would be the robot campaign, which was going to come in. The robot has been fairly inactive in the past turns, and he had a grand total of 12 warships. I didn't know any of them. I couldn't see any of them. I only could see some freighters, but no cap ships. I knew from the score that he had some. It's always difficult to gauge the strength of carrier races, because it depends very much how many fighters he has built in the meantime. But well, at least he had something to work with, but he was not the overpowering force. He had not laid any protective minefields as far as I knew. I kept some ships nearby to see, but no, nothing there. But attacking into a robot is always painful because they have superior mine laying capabilities, and once you send your fleet over, they were going to drop them, and they are big. And also, they have carriers. I mean, okay, I'm the Fed, so carrier fights are not something which worries me much, but you're still going to lose ships, and I didn't want to risk any carriers of my own, because should in the future Jason decide, I'm not going to supply you anymore, then I was unable to rebuild them on my own. So I thought, okay, I need to make sure my initial wave ships against the robots, they needed proper beams, and they need to be careful, because MBRs don't do well with mine hits. So, okay, that's what I thought. The Borg was already crumbling. The idea was, okay, let's try to get some fire clouds, because I knew that the pirate already had one, and he was working on getting a second one. And I also heard from Jason that for some reason he managed to trade with the Borg, so he also had one fire cloud.
Well, everybody has
So we already had 2 in our team, and we are looking for 3. What to do with the birds? That was the next question. Yeah, I was going to defeat the robot, no problem. Should I move against the bird next? His score was not very impressive, so I could have done that. At the same time, attacking into a robot and a bird at the same time can also be unpleasant, because, well, they can tow your attacking ships and stuff like that, so that's not so easy. So I was wondering what to do with him. But the alternative, if I manage to get him on board to help against the robot to make this even faster, then I'm going to end up Switzerlanded. I'm only have friends around me. I can't attack into something else. So, but in order to make this work, I need a fire cloud network, because if we have fire clouds, then I can just jump past the bird into the north. So that was my idea of a game plan so far. Well, then we come to the triumvirate. Jason suggested, okay, how about we make a deal between Feds, between him, and between the lizards, social assassin. Essentially, we are going to cooperate, and whichever 2 players reach the 275 planets mark first should win, and the third one should accept that. The idea behind that, we were a little bit disappointed with how the game played so far, because Chiyoko, that was a poor showing. We get into that a little bit later. Sidetracker was a poor showing. Giga Schatten, okay, but we wanted the game to finish quickly. And this sounded like a good idea to me, because with my fleet and my capabilities there, I was pretty sure that, and map placement, I was pretty sure that I was going to be frontrunner here. So, fine, yeah, let's do that. The lizard was already carving up the crystal to his north. And knowing social assassin, he would make short work of him fairly quickly, especially since Giga Schatten was not expected to have good relations to the other players in the north. He was a little bit harsh. So that is fine. It was also, we all expected that Colonials, Empire, and Furies, they would all team up and fight against us then. But then again, okay, those 3, we effectively 5, should be an easy victory, right? Yeah. Nah, not quite. So, good news. The pirate steals yet another fire cloud, so we have 3. And by that, with 3 fire clouds, we have what I need. So I have the talk with the bird, and the bird, that was nice. I had a nice video call with him, and Lou is a great guy, lots of humor, stuff like fun, and he knew exactly what the situation was. He knew, okay, the question for me was, am I going to gobble you up or not? And he essentially said, okay, what can I do to make sure you don't gobble me up, but show someone else instead? How about I help you? And this kind of talk was, he was really nice. I'm very susceptible to polite, friendly, nice banters, and I liked him very much. So, okay, we had the 3 fire clouds, so let's just work with him. All fine. On to the robot campaign. Actually, it starts with this. The bird manages to get resolute over the Borg, the robot homeworld, which was known very early on. I would have expected at least this one to have some minefield coverage, but he didn't. The funny thing is, on this homeworld, all 12 warships were located. All 12. 2 golems, 4 instrumentals, 6 Q tankers. No cat's paw. No other torpor, not one. And he also had no priority points, meaning no mines. Okay, let's go. Okay, this kind of speeds things up a little bit. All of a sudden, my MBRs look even better. So yeah, let's not mince any words. This was a quick campaign.
You just take the planets.
Yeah, you take the planets, and if
you don't even have to fight the golems.
No, yeah, and if there are any golems, you can just pull them apart and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that you start to wonder, should I waste a torpor to scratch some shields, or sim. Nah, just tow them on fat rushes. It's good enough. So that's what we did, and yeah, that was quick. Didn't matter. It also made me feel a little bit. How do I put this? I felt bad attacking the bird after he helped me expedite the war campaign. So, okay. Anyway, so the robot was gone. Then the lizard, in the meantime, takes out the Chris, as expected, no big deal. And Pirate and Colonial take out the Borg, also as expected. But the cooperation between Colonial and Pirate breaks down immediately afterwards, even without me asking. All by themselves. So, Northern Campaign. We have two teams. We have the attackers, Feds, Lizard, Birds, Pirates, and Rebels. And we have the defenders, colonies, Empire, and Ferries. Still, the ability composition of the defenders makes attacking hard. Why is that? And so the question is, how would you, if you are the great honcho for the attackers, how would you attack into this? Into the defenders and assume max bases everywhere. How would you go and attack this?
Very carefully.
Sorry?
Very carefully.
Yeah, but how? Would you attack with rushes? Would you attack with rushes with lead torpors? Would you try to RGA? Rebel ground attack?
How many PPs do you have for backup?
Enough.
Fire clouds.
Enough. The pirate had been able to extract a hostage already, so we had lots of surplus Merlins. So PP generation is easy on our side, but at the same time, the defenders also have PP reserves, so they can replenish poppers.
That was my question. How many poppers does the ferries have, and can they replenish them?
Well, obviously we don't know how many poppers they have, but they definitely have means to replenish them. How would you go on the attack? What's the strategy for the?
I will take a few carriers in fed or lethal hands, go straight to attack, and the turn of the attack, turn them to the privateer and set no enemy.
Okay.
And then you will have whatever carrier survives will rock dry any ship there.
Yeah, the problem is if you do that, if you hand them over to the privateer, and then you attack, and the defenders don't have any ships on this planet, but the max base set on nuke. Yeah, then they are going to destroy the rush, because a rush is loses to a max base.
That can be done only if you know where they have a fleet concentrated. You
But
attack a fleet, not a planet.
But how do you know that?
They have the beard also. He will have to sacrifice several light ships to get rid of the poppers and try to spy.
The question is, can you set up your fire cloud network in a way that you can move your fleet to flank them?
Well, flanking, not really. I mean, it was essentially the border is fairly well defined. You can't do it in the back. And keep in mind, you only have 3 fire clouds. So if you lose one of them to any reason, then you are screwed.
Yeah, sure. They have to be, let's say, far enough away from the
No,
frontier.
it's not possible. You need the fire clouds to establish the logistic connections. So
Yeah,
you will not risk them.
Is there like a weak point here? I mean, are they all like the same strength?
Well, obviously we don't know. We can
On
only
the
guess.
scoreboard, planet-wise, they have the same.
Yeah, well, the scoreboard doesn't tell you where the enemy is located. You can only see how strong they are in total, but not where they are.
You take the slow approach because Russia has a huge cargo. It can take a lot of supplies. It can take a lot of beating on poppers. So if you would like to, you slowly take the planet.
But how do you take the planet?
You go in and you rebel ground attack. So
What means you go in? You attack with what ships?
you don't attack. You just waltz in with your rush.
Okay, so you use a rush. You use a rush to do RGA or what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
If you do that, do you not then get towed and then traded?
Possible.
Yeah. The risk of tows is existent,
And
and
you can break those with the Falcons.
No, with the Falcons.
now it is correct. You can usually do tow breaks, long distance tow breaks.
You
is
can
possible.
do it.
But there would be poppers protecting.
The real problem behind this is all of this.
Sacrifice them.
All of this costs a lot of fuel.
Meteors in
But you have a lot.
the drop on leaving ship.
How about?
So towing comes a little bit risky. Then they have to counter it with poppers. And if I don't use that tactic, then they will
The fascists
waste
have
their
double
poppers.
beams in the
They
classic
don't
as well. No double beams.
So they don't eat your fighters like hell.
No.
Okay.
Which one of these have the big fleets? Colonies, Empire, and Furries?
Well, it's interchangeable, but most of the carriers are rebel. But where the real fighting happened, that was on my front, was parts. We were working so close that interchanging ships.
No, I mean the enemy, Colonies and Empire and Furries, which of them had good fleets?
Well, they were also interchanging ships. They had a significant amount of Virgos and some Gorbies as well.
Did they have fireflies?
Huh? No.
No.
They
Okay.
spread the fighters vehicles for the colonials so that you can work with mines or no mines.
The enemy had total mind control.
Yeah. I would go having something like trying to build up 3 or 4 different fronts where to move in, so that the enemy, because they don't have fire claws, they need to stretch.
Yes, exactly.
And then when they do that, their backyard is going to be open and Falcons on RGA and everything, so that they can spend a little time chasing those. And
Yeah. Well, stretching them apart definitely is correct. Yes. But I don't.
Both little sandbirds, so if you send in.
Excuse me. Could you please either be a little bit quiet or?
You can at least send in an LCC combined with the revenue when it pops one of them surprises.
Yeah. The main problem is, I don't want to work with all too much. The main problem is the real risk for the attackers is to run into a Popper Alpha strike. This is where you lose a significant amount of fleet. If you run into a Popper Alpha strike destroying just 2 carriers, then then the pain is going to come back even worse. Because this is something how they can get significant PPs and turn them back into poppers, and it's also demoralizing and irritating, which is exactly what you do not want in the winning team.
It was exactly what we were trying to do.
Okay, so essentially, this is the problem. Max bases can only be taken via RGA without projected PP losses. There is no other way to do this without incurring losses of ships and PPs. Poppers prevent attacker cloakers from being used, meaning they were obviously putting poppers on all the front on all the front planets, and so if you want to visit them to see what's there with an MVR or so, they pop, you lose 2, they win 1. And this doesn't work really well. So you can't see what you're attacking into, and you can't see where the enemy forces are. At the same time, they don't have any Loki-proof cloakers. So once you reach the warp well of a planet, you're pretty safe, as long as you have a Loki with you. So it's a little bit of grappling. The defenders, they can use cloakers or low ID ships to then tow the RGA strikers into popper attacks. So the idea, yes, is to hand over a rush to the rebel. The rush makes an RGA on a planet, attack on a planet. If they fight, then they attack against. Then we fight left-hand side against a rush. This is PP positive for us. So this is beneficial for us. But once the RGA happens, the turn after, low ID ships from them would then threaten to tow this RGA, this rush away into a popper attack or something else. And so, after one RGA, the ship must tow brake with a long waypoint back into safety.
That's using huge amounts of fuel.
Yes.
But if you do with the Falcons, it's cheap. You just move 3 light years.
Yeah, but Falcons get lost. But they can't break. They can break a popper. So yes, you lose Falcons ship and ship again.
So you make long way intercept.
You don't need Falcons for a long way intercept. You can do that on foot.
So if you have the rush, the ERGA, why don't you protect it with a Loki?
You do protect it with a Loki when you come there.
But just need to wait with normal ships because the rush does not have a primary enemy, right? And if the other ships also do not have primary, there is no fight.
Yes.
So they can just wait there with normal ships because they know you will come in with cloakers because you are afraid of poppers.
Yes, and after that they can tow into a positive battle for them, or what's also positive, if they can also mix it up and simply have 2 Gorbies behind that, aggressive on their part, and with a lead ship, with a shield scratcher, and you lose your your rush. So this risks exists every time.
And you don't know because you have an intel, because you fear to send a cloaker in first because of a popper.
Exactly. So you see the conundrums. It's not quite easy. You can do it, but if you want to do it safely, it takes a lot of time, a lot of fuel, especially, and it's really annoying. And
the Falcon intercept is only 100 fuel per turn. If you do warp 9 far waypoint, it's 180 fuel per turn. For every attack, breaking, and you stay close.
It would be 30 something or so, but
so
at
you go so long waypoint with the full,
if you do that,
yeah,
then you are exposed to popper alpha attacks.
Yes. Well, I think ideally actually you want to stay on the planet and RGA 2 times.
Can't. Too risky.
But okay, you have the far intercept on the Falcon, so the rush stays on the planet. And you RGA, then you RGA after that. So you intercept the Falcon, you stay on the planet, and you can RGA once more.
No, the popper attack will still happen. The popper attack it doesn't care. It
can't RGA.
Now you can.
No, then you can RGA with the Falcon.
Now, yeah, well, sure, but RGS with the Falcon generally
I
don't.
think he means that there might be intercepting glory devices coming. So if you make a long waypoint intercept near, then there will be this glory device strike. Yes. I think that's.
But you can randomize, so there's a lot of Falcon, a lot of droids.
It's a classic.
Or do it with the high ID ships because the interceptors was in classic, so high ID comes last, I think.
Yeah. So the poppers move to the. Because if they doesn't move, then it doesn't help.
There many tactics come into play here, but I just want to reiterate: if you want to be really safe, you can do it. It's always some sort of residual risk.
If you go in with Falcons, you're subject to just
normal PE ships that are guarding the planet. If they know you want to come in with a Falcon only, every ship.
But the rush is still there, so then they fight the rush.
No, the rush can't be there. Just trust me, you can't stay with the rush on a planet with other ships there. It can either be cloakers if you don't have Loki coverage. This is extra problematic because then you don't know if the enemy is able to tow you somewhere. Or low ID ships like LDSFs or so. which take precedence so that they enter first. You can't expect, at least if there is enemy presence, you can't expect to be able to keep the rush on the planet longer than one turn.
If you want to play the safe side, no.
Oh, okay, but only for the poppers incoming. The towing is avoidable.
We can, okay, just trust
no,
me.
okay.
It's not so easy.
I mean,
we can talk about that later. But anyway, this is the problem when attacking planets. And to top this off, there is also the problem that they have the colonials, meaning they have endless fuel. So they will have some fleets of their own roaming the battlefield, sweeping mines on your area, whatever you like, and with sufficient fighting power so that they can threaten, if you try to retreat into interception range of them, then there is always the risk that there is a popper attack, and they are going to clean up. So this is also extremely difficult, and it's impossible to nail them down. It's like trying to nail pudding to the wall, because you can't really intercept them, because even if they are going far, they can just drop some mines, or they can evade with intercept tricks and other stuff. And every action like this, which you do, usually costs you several hundred fuel, which you don't have. I mean, you've seen that we've been struggling with fuel all the time and had to replenish fuel before we can start with the next range of attacks. This was super annoying. I was comparing that. It's like grappling with a greased piglet with razors at the snouts. So if you do it wrong, you're hurting.
But what do you think if you check your game like turn 40 to 50? I just looked. What do you think is the biggest thing there? Why your side won this war?
We were bigger.
Yeah, your military power was like 5 times your enemies. Your economy was totally superior to your enemies. So I think you just go and kill it.
Yes, this is okay.
And what you did.
Whatever
the Falcons are, any intercepts or anything, you just go and kill. It was 5 times.
If we had done that right from the start,
you could
there was still a remaining risk, because Koski was able to build Gorbies, Q-built Gorbies, and as long as this was possible, so that Gorbies could be rebuilt by normal Qs, and they were cooperating closely enough to exchange bases, that would have perfectly normal, then this would have been a risk, especially if you run into 1 or 2 popper alpha strikes, a successful one. So the decision was, no, we play it safe. Only RGL where we could do that without risking anything bad, and spread that over the entire width of the border. And in the end, once the first one drops via fight or fail, in this case it was Koski, once he was out, and we knew there weren't any Gorbies coming anymore, then we decided, okay, now it's time for, and then we decided to attack Lossi, and then the game ended fairly quickly. Anyway, this was just an example. I can only say they managed an alpha strike once, because they were sending an expeditionary force with SSDs. So this is something we can't allow any SSDs to slip through our cracks into the backyard, because that would be extremely annoying to catch them again. So they once slipped a little bit too deep, and we had already placed cloaked minesweeper ships so that we had one close enough to minesweep should they lay a minefield for the intercepting attackers on our side. But then they managed to move in such a way that they led us into a popper strike, which for some reason I completely had disregarded. I didn't think they had enough poppers there. Fortunately, we only had lost 2 carriers this way. But this was...
How many poppers did you send there?
I think they sent 5, okay. which isn't enough to kill everything in one sweep. But they had Gorbies to clean up, and so we lost 2. Gnurf was ecstatic essentially, turning point in the war. And I said, damn it. Okay, but okay, let's play safely. So it was a lost battle, but the war was still decided. And in the end, well, once we switched to accept losses, just smash them, things went on fairly easily and fairly quickly. Essentially, so just to write it down, what we discussed here, that was fairly normal. One or two flanking things which we done. We were converting Merlins into PPs to funnel them into the birds, who built Swifts, and then we used the Swifts to suicide bomb the defending poppers, just to keep the popper point count low. I mean, essentially, we're always losing one PP for the Swift, and the PPs on the enemy side were neutral. They lost 2, they gained 2, but it was just to keep the numbers down, to risk the danger of running into an alpha strike, because we can never know how many poppers are there in the area. It's impossible to know. Well, and this more or less it. This was more or less it. There were no real shifts in team allegiance. So it's not like then A and B decided to attack C, and then C and A decided to attack D, something like that. It was like a team game, so to say. And we had the complete complete economic advantage. And once Koski was out, so that there were no more Gorbies coming, I wasn't worried about Virgos. Virgos is something which Fed carriers handle with ease, but Gorbies, they can fight back. So no Gorbies, we were fine. The defenders, they really, I mean, I've played a lot of games, but I can't remember any game where the defending side was in such a hopeless strategic position and continued to play it with a knife between the teeth. I mean, this is...
It was our biggest feat that we were able to keep up the morale.
Yeah,
it was hard, but we did it.
I mean, it really was.
That's
but
very good.
But as for the rest, I don't really... I thought about it, but there is no real reason to show the map, because it was just one way. And essentially, we used the Fire Cloud network to make sure that right behind the border were always stockpiles for clans and minerals and stuff like that. That's what the Fire Cloud network was for. I wasn't sure. Did you know we had a Fire Cloud network?
If you look through the time machine, way before your triumvirate was cloaked, which found a fire cloud, and it traveled through the channel into your area, and we found a stack of your ships with rushes and novas and everything, and so we had a good heads up.
Okay.
And it helped us to create this 3-man alliance with Intel. Yes.
Okay, so you knew. Anyway, you might have changed the game if you had destroyed the Fire Cloud.
The LCC was not prepared.
Okay, well, and you don't know that we only had 3, but anyway, so you did know, but that was what it was. Essentially, the game was strategically. The game was decided at the turn of the triumvirate, because we had enough resources so that, barring any completely unexpected defections on our side, we couldn't be stopped. But
Yes.
damn, did it take long, and that was painful. It was
How many
really
turns
painful.
was that game? How many turns?
170 in the end.
170.
I mean, which is, in the end, like I said, after turn 170, I had 173 planets, Social Assassin had 103, and that was when both, Koski was out, both Gnurf and Obi-Wan Kenobi were getting close to Thoth, and essentially, I felt like, let's make an offer, let's shift a couple of planets to Social Assassin and me to end the game before either Obi-Wan Kenobi or Gnurf got Thoth, just as respect for the strong defense of which they gave.
That was very good. You had your enemy as a fury because you had to play carefully until the end, because I think there is only 3 races that can change things. If you have superior military, there are only 3 races that you can still lose, even you have superior military, if you make mistakes. And I think the races are privateers. If you play bad, you can lose your military, and everything can change. And then crystals, you can do the same, and then furies. All other races, if you have superior military, you can just steamroll over them. That's good. There was fury defending, so you had to play until the end.
Okay, last slide, then I'm done. Like I said, no shifts in team allegiance, but even if they had, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. If the bird decided to switch sides, okay, that was going to speed things up, then if the privateer, I felt a little bit sorry for the privateer, because he wanted to do something, but he really can't, because the poppers are simply trump his abilities, and you would never be able to utilize Rob to anyone's advantage. So that wouldn't have mattered much either. And as for the rest, well, the others are either out or fighting against them. So the residual thing is, what if the triumvirate splits? I don't have any reason to do that. Social Assassin has no reason to do that. He accepted that I would end up with the highest planets count, and Jason isn't the type for that. So that's what I meant. Essentially, on the day of the triumvirate, in my opinion, the game was ended.
Yes, because you can trust your allies.
Yeah. And this more or less it. This concludes things for me. If I want to summarize, in my opinion, once more, the main reason why I ended up in such a good position was early trades, massive early trades with as many players as possible. I know that there are some people who say, no, never hand over SSDs, no, never hand over fire clouds, no, never hand over this or that. Wrong. If someone is able to get 2 of the big deals so far, he ends up so far ahead. It's definitely worth it. Go for active trading early on, and as for the rest, it was a little bit lucky with the placement of the enemies, the placement of the races, and that I was able to get out of my logistic problems with the help of MBRs. That's more or less it. Any comments, Mr. Koski?
I have a presentation ready here.
Should we? Is it okay?
How many times did you write their objection?
Yep. We have the time.
We have the time.
Yes.
I think we do.
Can I say one
I
thing
think before.
Okay.
You said somewhere at the start that you didn't have a hyperjump to get to his SSDs, but he had the hyperjumper.
Yes.
So
but I don't control his hypers. So all I can do is I can ask.
Why did he not want to send it over?
He said he would soon have a hyper ready for this task.
Oh.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very good and very nice to hear how players think. And I especially liked the analysis of the players in the beginning. Yeah. Because I like that part most, because you are very good at it. You're very good.
Yeah, I love the analytical way you're tearing down the whole thing, which with a bit of spice in there every now and there. So, and I think even if I've personally taken the oath to never play classic Q again, I do see a certain kind of beauty in the old rule set, which is almost impossible to replicate in modern games, and that's the trench fight.
Yeah.
That's the I call it trench fight, where you actually fight and do really hard plotting just to kill one single ship, because it's all about the priority points in the classic.
Yeah, exactly. I quickly show a game. Well, a turn in the middle, so to say. Let's go to turn 100.
How many turns was it?
170.
Mentar, can you switch on the Google Meet to?
Isn't it?
I'm only seeing the presentation here. And maybe if you end the presentation.
I think you told me that this is what the others see.
Yeah, if you end the presentation, maybe then it will.
I'm in a presentation. It tells me I'm sharing my screen, so this is what they should see.
Yeah. So this is what they see.
Maybe you see you have to move it to the second screen.
Okay, well, okay, let's. I'll try to do
the
what you.
conclusion slide is not updating.
Okay, I'm going to switch to the other.
If you connected the monitor second screen. Yeah.
Now?
Looks like it's switching.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So this is essentially now they see the Morse pointer. This is essentially the battlefield. Here goes down here and here. So this is the border. This upper quadrant here. This is where it all happens. And this is essentially when I came to the north over here. Once I was almost able to hit a 3 or 4 Virgo fleet over here. It was only 1 light year short. That was a surprise attack when he didn't know that I had already channeled my fleet up. I was so disappointed. Anyway, so the development was from here to here, and in the end it was still around here. Most of the movement happened in my area simply because I didn't participate in the war effort of Social Assassin. He and Nerf were butting heads, and Nerf was scoring several serious hits on him. And eventually I started to help out Jason here because I had the Novas. Novas sweep so nicely, and also I had Lokis. Essentially, before you can really risk attacking into the enemy, you first had to establish Loki presence on the planet. And that was what I was providing. But as in the rest, there were no big noticeable activities. It was just continuous grind, forward, trench warfare, so to say. There were no breakthroughs and stuff like that. It was just establishing more and more points of presence up and down on the map to overload the defenses. And in the end, it happened. So, Koski, you said you had a response.
Does anybody else have any comments? Yeah. Could you put the slide on where you have a small technical break I go to the toilet? Could you put the slide on where there are the positions and the circles with all races?
Yeah.
I could use that one. 3 minutes break.
One question from me, meanwhile. You mentioned you wanted to use the SSD in a battle role. You didn't consider asking for a superstar cruiser, which would have been probably easier to get in a trade, and it would have gone to magic.
SSDs. The idea behind the SSDs is very simple. This is a ship you can easily send wherever, and it will defend against most medium and small and other ships just perfectly. And if you have 4 SSDs, which are meeting 4 different bases on the bases in the area, then there is usually no way for an enemy to really react to that. So I thought that having multiple fed SSDs moving over can take large sums of spaces unopposed. I was able to do that in the game thereafter. I was so annoyed that I thought, okay, let's try once more as a fed. There I got SSDs. That worked out nicely. Unfortunately, I had an absolutely absurd number of ships to refit at the end. I think 20-something Robbies and stuff like that. And then it's allied with the privateer, and he was simply faster. He could simply take planets more quickly, so I ended up winning with 2nd place. Very annoying. But but there I finally had the chance to use them, and they are merciless. I mean, fat SSDs. This is a joy.
Yeah, you don't have to fight planets, right? You can just drop down.
Yeah. I mean, 8 beams, very nice. Can sweep out of any crystal webs. It wins against anything but captures.
But for crystal webs, if they are too big, hasn't the SSD a too small fuel tank? Is 100K only?
Well, you never use them completely alone. You always have some other major carriers around.
We take the picture now.
The what?
You didn't look back.
Good. Doesn't prove anything. It wasn't in his bag.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Now it's time for my first presentation today about why I dropped the deal with Mentar about the SSDs. Also, I want to congratulate Mentar because he really was the best player in this game, and he won it fair and square on every level of the game. He played a stellar diplomatic game, stellar strategy, tactics, and also the economy, the stuff he managed to do before ship limit. That was amazing. For me, this game was a bit miserable experience, but for many reasons. But it was extremely educational, and there were two major things that really made this situation, solve this situation, ruined my game. But the first one was that we here, the three of us, colonies, empire, and furies, fascists back then, we were playing different game than the rest. And also, the second thing, of course, was that I was playing another very long and very demanding game, which cost me the ability to do diplomacy to other players, and that was a very painful experience. I will not play ever again two demanding games at the same time. It's one for me. But the thing is that I was sold into this game. This game was sold to me, and I was invited by Knöf with the idea that this was a Highlander game with only one victor. And I was playing a game with only one victor, and the idea, he sold me the idea, and they designed initially was that the voting to end the game option was there only to end the game sooner if everything is clear and we would avoid a Capricorn scenario. That's the original thought. Then we had, before the game began, we had the discussion in the public feed about this, that is this a two can win game or not? It ended in a way that everybody seemed happy, but what resulted was that we started the game and played the game with the idea that only one can win this game. And now, about my game, shortly, the reasons why I dropped my deal with Rudy here. First of all, when you start with Empire, you start with Empire in the space where you can't see anybody. It's perhaps the scariest stuff in planets. The first thing that failed me this game was the thing that we were playing Highlander game here and only one can win. The second thing was that I did not have time to do proper strategic planning. So I had an overall idea of how to play this game, but I didn't have a clear path to win the game from the beginning. I only, in the beginning, wanted to survive. To survive to turn 200 and then I win with 50 goals. That's the broad plan I had. But in the beginning, I started the diplomatic game, of course. And when you start with the empire, you want to know who your neighbors are, you want to make deals and everything. And Mentar is the federation. He's got the Loki. Our deal also had that there could be Loki.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, there could be Loki, and that was the most important thing for me. But also because we had been in the Fed Championship and I knew he's the most dangerous guy. If we can agree that before we see each other, that we are cooperating, and he happens to be right next to me, he won't kill me instantly as the Federation. But so I did not foresee a situation that there are not any of these birds or pirates or something like that, cloakers next to me, and I happened to have these players that I managed to somewhat communicate. You see, here are some of my initial analysis of the other players, because I knew pretty well in the beginning how things would happen, because well, let's start from you. I knew that you are the most dangerous player around. You are the most skilled, most dangerous player around. And Jason is also extremely dangerous. Then we have the Lizard. And Lizard, I've been playing with Social Assassin before, and he's also a very key player here because he has also Loki. And he's the Lizard, he can give economic bonuses. And I also know that he is the super white hat player. He never betrays anybody, and he loads all kinds of flimsiness, and he wants to be a very straight shooter guy. So that's also very important. Then there's the robots that I only know from Capricorn War, but I didn't have high esteem of him. I also didn't think he's very skillful. The birds I think were pretty good, and the pirates. The Borg I knew from before that he's going to be killed very quickly, and he's not able to cooperate. I don't know if any. But then there was the crystal, and the crystal was very problematic for me because this is classic planets. And classic planets, you can have those webs everywhere, and yeah, that could be really solving the stuff. And the Giga Saturn, I knew the player, I had killed him previously and I had bad relations with him. But I also know that one of the reasons you mentioned that he died a lot, he doesn't want to be a vassal. He either plays to win or then he dies trying. And that's also something that I kind of counted on here, that I won't be facing webs if he is killed early. And then the colonies. Obi-Wan Kenobi, there was not much, but when I communicated with him some, and he's an old school player. He played a lot in the 90s. And we've been discussing, and I figured out that okay, he did not have a lot of past public history in Nu, but he is actually a very solid player. So I knew that this is a very good player, and also Knerfn, I knew that he can play the game, but he's the classic fascist, and I'm not that afraid of him because I have a lot of experience about that. And I was actually first planning to attack him as the Empire in the beginning with corpses, to strike first and stuff like that. But as things went on, it didn't happen. But why I did not do deals with you were, first of all, that I was looking at the end of the game, and I was looking the first strategy was to survive the beginning, and then I wanted to survive, but I wanted to play for win. And when the situation later came out, I had two probes going on, and I was constantly trying to figure out, should I deal with the lizard, should I deal with the Fed, should I deal with both? I was first going with both. But then I understood that I actually am not, I'm in a safe place here, because I was able to discuss with colonies, and we made an early alliance, and we made an agreement that we will ally each other, we will fight the game to the end, and then we will fight against each other. Who will win? Me or the com? So we will work, and my backup plan here was that he will get the target sign on his forehead, and I can be safe. And yeah, but this was also the thing that but this was the thing that the situation, we had the deal, we had the things and the motivations which were public, but the secret motivations I had was first to survive, to get lucky, and to be able to win the game. Those three things. And then, when the game started to proceed, I started to read weak signals. Weak signals. And I was constantly looking at scoreboard and how Mentar is playing, and reading his messages. Like he was constantly talking about molybdenum, he doesn't get that. And I was thinking that he's bluffing, he's lying. And we had just been playing championship, and I knew we did Federation wrong there, because we didn't hide our strength in the scoreboard. And in this game, as the Empire, I was trying to boost my strength in the scoreboard. I wanted to use the bullfrog strategy. I, for example, agreed with Lizard. I'm building him corpses for Lokis, but I wanted to keep the control of the corpses, so my military went high. And the whole idea was to give the picture to the Nerf that I'm very strong and big, and I have lots of corpses, and so he won't attack me, and keep him at the bay. And then I thought that you were doing worse in the scoreboard than what your skill is. Too badly in the scoreboard. And I know that Federation can hide. They can build those hulls, low-tech hulls, and then refit them later. And I was correct.
Yeah,
I was correct.
I had 15 ships at turn 15.
I know, but later on, it didn't raise that much. The military score didn't raise that much. It didn't reveal how much you actually did have.
At ship limit turn 24, I had the second highest mill score right after the Lizard, but before refitting. So yeah, I was
Yes. And I also knew I was constantly trying to figure out from other people what are the relations. And there were too many blanks there between Rebel and Federation that I came to the conclusion that there is no other option than they are actively trading. And what could they be trading is, of course, rushes. And I knew that if they have rushes, they can clone them. And I know that Mentar has been looking how other players have been playing, and he knows that those he can have awfully lot of rushes there. And we don't know it, because he's the Federation, he can hide it. And I was correct in that also. But the main thing that as I talked with SMN, I had already in my mind made the decision at that point that if I want to win this game, I don't benefit actually from the deal with him if I'm going to face him in the end here. And I don't want to help him get that much stronger at that point. Yeah. And so I dropped the deal because I wanted to win the game. But also there's a thing of tempo. If we would have had the super rapid pace over here, I would have need to stay there and use a lot of time to get the resources there and hold back here and refit my ships. When the situation was actually such that I was able to negotiate that I get these planets over here for free. I don't need to fight for them if I'm able to move there before the others do. So we had border with fascists, and now when I had Lokis and I had colonial backup and I had fighter sweeping, I had no fear of the classic fascists. So instead of fighting him, also I was looking at the end game. I didn't want Knörf to die. I knew that he knew that Lizard is coming from here, so he won't attack me, and he will need my help. So I want to keep fascists alive to the end game, so I can have poppers when I need them. So, as I had this route, I could concentrate all my warpies and everything and my fuel and all to go here. And my plan was, I was planning to do an assault over here and look how the situation develops, and I could go to help the colonies here or go that way or something. We had Lokis now against the pirates and so forth. But then the things got worse and worse because we started to figure out that these guys over here are actually, I was waiting, I was every time, if you go to the messages, you might find messages that I'm asking that I'm expecting them to start fighting any day soon, that who's going to attack whom first. I was thinking that this is a Highlander game, somebody must attack somebody here, because they are right all next to each other. But that never happened. And my mood started to get worse and worse all the time. And then very early on, when we saw then, already before we saw your channels and everything else, we were suspecting that there are fire clouds and stuff like that. And you have to remember that we three over here were expecting to fight against each other at some point. Instead of them doing very close cooperation, we were not willing to cooperate too much because we were expecting to kill each other at some point. Yeah. But then, when they started to push over us, the situation was clear that if we want to survive to the end game, we have no other option than to form a coalition. And then what happened, why I died first, was that I did the math that if fascist dies or the colonial dies, I'm goner. So I have no reason to play the game. if yeah. So what we started to do was that I started to hand over ships to them, and actually Mentar started to push the colonies, but I started to give planets to colonies over here.
Yeah, that was super annoying.
Yeah, yeah, and he would have died a lot earlier, but I was giving planets, and later on it was practically a seppuku. I gave my planets to colonies and then I fought.
I thank you for your seppuku, otherwise it would have taken me longer.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't mind, because I thought that it's my way or highway. It was number 1 or dead. Those are the options.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so next presentation by McNimble. Let's start 12:20. So in about 10 minutes. Okay.
I want to show you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
some high tickers, I guess.
Take my
All the physical what this is. I can just start when you're introducing me.
Feel free to introduce yourself.
I'll introduce myself then. I'm Kero. In game, I go by the name, by the nick McNimble. I have been admin on New for a while, but I dropped that role. Before that, I wrote plugins. And after this, who knows what I will do with talk me into stuff. Today I'm going to talk about randomness. And you might see small changes in here, which the change itself is random, but the patterns that you see are not quite random because the change is only small for every time. There is a lot of randomness in planets, so I can't possibly address all of the randomness that is in there. I'm not going to talk about minefield hits. I'm not going to talk about the engine in the VCR. The randomness in minefields is pretty simple. Per light year, there's a chance you hit it, and either you die or you don't, and you keep flying on. It's not that hard. The random in the VCR player isn't random, and it's been investigated by people, and it's known, and you can read the source code in the client and can find everything about the tables that are in there that are not random at all. So yeah, I can do a presentation about it, but so I decided to pick something else. A little bit about map generation. Come on, there we go. And I'm going to talk a bit about general randomness. We as human beings are trained to see patterns. And we see patterns everywhere. We see them even when they're not there. When something is really random, we see patterns. Also, we often talk about things in terms of there is a number, there is this average, and that's it. But it's not the case. It's spread in a way. It's not a single number. And then finally, to apply it all, I'm going to look for particular morphosis. There are people in the forum every once in a while who say, hey, this map generation thing isn't quite random. I find this amorphous, and then right next to it, there's another one. And that's not fair, it's not possible. And so let's find out how likely that actually is. And other than that, it's what I'm talking about essentially is the planet's version of the birthday paradox. Birthday paradox is there's 365 days in the year. How many people does it take to have at least 50% chance that there's two people sharing the same birthday? Right now we're just slightly below it, I think. There's how many people here? Yeah, so how many, for those who don't know the birthday paradox, how many people do you think you'd need to have to get to the 50% chance that any pair in a group is sharing the birthday?
Somewhere around 25, 30.
21.
I just looked it up, it's 23. Well, that's pretty good guesses for people who seemingly don't know. Because if you have 23 people, the 24th is only like, what, 20 out of 365? That's very small. But it's small plus smaller, and then it ends up that 23 people, you're already at 50%. So yeah, that might give you a hint to the answer of finding those amorphous. The chance is maybe bigger than you think. So let's go into it. Patterns. So yeah, amorphous and the patterns that I'm talking about, it's a bit about map generation. Chances in there. Seeing patterns. A random set of 99 temperatures of planets. And if you look at this and see it as a sort of list and disconnected stuff, then well, I'm not sure. I don't see very many patterns. There's shades and stuff, and yeah, okay. But what we're usually interested in the planets game is not whether they're 14 degrees or 46 degrees. It's whether they're ice, desert, or not. If I do that, things look a bit different. In fact, most of the time we're interested in whether they are ice or desert or not. Okay. But now if I put them more on what looks like a map, namely closely together, and then I say, well, hey, is it isolated? Oh, wait, these things are nicely connected. Whoops, not that one. In fact, they're huge clusters of this stuff. I mean, right? That's what our thoughts do to things that are, you know, spread out all over the thing. We find the patterns, and now that you've seen the patterns, you probably can find them in here as well. There is areas of large red that are seemingly in there. That's what our brain is doing. So now let's dig in a bit deeper. If I take one of these hexagon things, so the hexagon field here is a slight approach of a two-dimensional planet field, but the math on these is a bit easier than if I randomly place planets out. If my center planet is desert, and I'm looking at the chance that all of the neighboring 6 planets are not desert, so none of the neighbors are desert. That's a fairly simple formula. It's about 5/6. The chance of a desert is 1 in 6, roughly. Good enough for what we're doing here. 5/6, and it's not desert. So the top one not desert. Yes, my mouse is visible, I hope. Top one not desert. Chance of 5 and 6. That one chance of 5 and 6, and we can multiply all of that together. So that really is 5/6 to the power of 6. And all the other numbers we don't care about. So that's a chance of about 33%, 1 in 3. Fine. Let's look at the next possibility. The chance that one of my neighbors is a desert. So I need a 1/6 chance to be desert and 5/6 to the power of 5 for the other ones not to be desert. But I have 6 neighbors, so I need to multiply by 6 because there's 6 actual configurations for which I can do that. About 40%. Okay, good. 2 neighbors. Well, the pattern repeats itself. I have 5/6 to the power of 4 for these. 1 out of 6 to the power of 2 for the ones that are there, and the amount of combinations that I can do that over the 6 neighbors is 15. Namely 6 for the first one, and then there is 5 for the second one, which is 30, but you have to divide by 2 because if I go to the second one and then the first one as the second neighbor, I count everything twice. So yeah, 6 times 5 divided by 2. If you've seen this pattern before, it's a binomial distribution. It's fairly simple stuff. I've had it on secondary school. You have something where they usually have it with balls that of 2 colors that you put in a bag, and you pull one out and you put it back before you pull the next one. It's a coin flip. It's a dice toss. Oh, it's 1 in 6. Look, we're just throwing dice literally on the thing that we're doing. So if we complete this whole thing, we have these nice pictures, and we can look at the final amount of chances. So the chance that none of my neighbors out of 6 are desert is about 1 in 3. 1 neighbor, 40%. 2 neighbors, 20%. 3 of them desert. Okay, that chance is getting smaller, 5%, but in planets terms, it's going to happen. 4 neighbors, 0.8%. Okay, you'll see it in some games. And 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6, in general, you won't see it. So this is the basic thing. I'm going to repeat this a couple of times 2 more times for different situations, but then not giving out all the numbers here. So, and it's never a single number. So one of the things, we have our full-size game with 500 planets. We also have medium-sized game with about 100, and we have the dogfights and others that have 20 planets. So let's do some simple math here. If we have 20 planets, how many of them are desert? And I'm no longer using the 1/6, I'm using the actual numbers, which is 16 degrees out of 101 possible degrees. The expected amount of deserts out of 20 is 20 times the chance at a desert, which is 3 point a little bit. So on a map of 20 planets, I would expect 3 of them to be desert. But if I look at the actual distribution that we have here, then, well, actually the chance of 3 planets is about a quarter of it. So in about a quarter of the games that you play, you'll find 3 of these desert planets. But also the chance at like 2 or 1 is fairly high. You'll encounter that in games. The one of 4 planets is still high. 5 desert planets out of 20. 5 desert planets out of 20 is 1 in 10. Right? 6 planets, that's 6 out of 20, which is substantial if you're looking for, if you want to do something with it. 6 is still 1 in 20 games. And then it really drops down, and but even like if you play sufficient amount of games, you will encounter half of them being desert, half of 20. Okay, let's step it up to 100. Expected amount about 16, and if we look at the table here, it's really near 16. That's 10%. 15, 17, 14, 18. It's all about 10%. So 1 in 10 games will have that amount. One thing you'll notice is that this table is bigger. There is more. The amount of planets that you will encounter amongst 100 is bigger. So the spread of it is bigger in terms of absolute numbers. At the same time, I said the chance of about 9 planets, 9, 10, half of your planets in 20, you're not getting there. Out of 100 planets, you'll never see 50 being deserts. It's like at near 30, you're done. You won't have more than 30 desert planets out of 100. You'll have to do so many planets games before you encounter that. Only it won't happen. But still, out of 100 planets, the chance at about a quarter of them being desert is still 1%. So you'll see it in your lifetime if you play only games like that. So in absolute numbers, there is more likely amounts that you can have desert planets, but relatively speaking, it's getting narrower. It's a smaller part of the 100 that goes into it. If I put this on 500, the table is getting bigger. Expected amount is about 80. 80?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. How did I do that? It's not 80. Whatever. It's almost as if I did ice and desert together in this competition.
Oh no, 16 planets you have, or 15?
This seems too big. Whatever. It's the same computation as on the previous slides. Again, you see the spread it's bigger in absolute amounts of stuff that can occur, but it's smaller in the relative things.
So the
but I'm wondering now
here.
Yeah.
The host it is completely random, apart from the reset.
Oh yeah, it's completely random. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I'm gonna do a very quick computation here to see what I'm talking about. Because this seems a bit off.
Well, it's 5 times 10 figures, so it's correct.
Isn't this the 16 degrees means the real 16 degrees above 84, right? So
yes.
you're really only talking about desert planets, not ice planets.
I
not
think
combined,
yes,
right?
yes.
Only half of the planets. So there might be another half which are ice planets, right?
Yes. No, it's actually, if I do 16 over 100 times 500, it is 79. So yeah, the expected amount of desert planets out of 500 is 80.
Yeah.
Just simple
another
math.
80 is ice planets.
Yes. And the remaining 340 are normal planets. That's
low
just
numbers.
Hmm?
Awfully low numbers for good planets.
Yes, but that's just the simple stuff. So and again, you see that around 80 there is the high numbers, about 5% each, and and it tapers off. But you could have a game with 100 planets being desert at 0.2%, 1 in 500 games.
Crystal dream.
And on the other hand, the chance that you will have less than 50 desert planets is negligible. So you'll have somewhere between 50 and 100 planets that are desert planets in any game, and you have to deal with that. And then let's find our nasty amorphousness. So what is nasty amorphous? Nasty amorphous, they're ice or desert and amorphous. So you have to maintain them, keep dropping clans, or otherwise it'll disappear in the end. So apart from everything that the economists can tell you about how to use that, how to excavate everything you want, but it's nasty amorphouses, they're ice or desert and amorphous, which means you have to, they're nasty. In short, anything on the next slides that's nasties is about ice or desert amorphous. And I'm going to find them within 81 light years. So what do I actually have in? I'm no longer using the hexagon grid. I'm now looking at actual planets maps, and I pretend it's a fully random distribution. I have the entire grid, and I just put in the planets. There's no. I'm ignoring all homeworld things that are adjusted. Just any placement within the 2000 by 2000 light year grid has the same chance. So what's the chance of having a planet within 81 light years? The entire map is 4 million square light years. That means that the area per planet is 8,000 square light years. An 81 light year circle is 81 by 81 times pi is 12 square light years, which means that the expected amount of planets within 81 light years is about 2.5. And the chance for a specific, if I take a spot and I take a planet that I put on the map, the chance that that's within 81 light years is just 0.5%. Let's do some computations with it. Now I put down the more binomial formula with the nice, what's it called, factorials. So one of the assumptions here is I have a planet, and then I put another one, and I have only 499 left, which is why there's the 499. Is it within 81 light years, yes or no? Top one, it's like the formula we had with the hexagons. It's the not 0.5% to the times 499. No multipliers because 499 factorial divides by 49, that's 1, and the 0 factorial is also 1. So the chance that I have 0 planets in 81 light years is 7.5%. That's so that's for the full map. So if I have a planet and the chance that it's isolated is 7.5%. That's it. Chance that it has 1 neighbor, about 20%. That it has 2 neighbors, 25%. 3 neighbors, 21%. So you see that the expected amount that we had of 2.5, that's indeed the stuff that happens most often. Okay, good. So any planet's map, you should be able, if you look at a random place of your 81 light year circle, there should be about 2.5 planets. You should find that. And then it tapers off, and at 9 neighbors, it's still a fraction of a percent, and 10 planets within 81 light years is all approximating 0, meaning that you're not going to see it very often. You might.
All of this lead?
Yes, where does all of that lead? My last slide, that's where it's leading to. Good. So what's the chance of amorphous? I had to look that up in the master code. There's a 60% chance for any planet to have natives. Amorphous are in 20% of those. That's twice as likely as any other type of natives. Because there's 8 other types, and that makes amorphous twice as likely. That's 20%. So 1 in 5 of the natives is amorphous, and that's 60%. So the chance that your planet has amorphous is 12%. So our nasties is ice and desert and amorphous. So 12% for the amorphous. The chance that it's ice or desert is 31 out of 101. We can happily multiply this because it is for the same planet, which gives us a slightly over 3.5% that a planet has nasties. And the expected amount of nasties on a 500 planet map is therefore 18.5. So in any random game, I'm not going to go over the distribution of this 18.5 one. That's not necessary. So on any random 500 planets map, I expect there to be about 18 of these nasties in there. That's more than 1 per player. All right, now we have to have the nasties on the planets. So from the previous slide, we had about 3.5% that there are nasties on a planet. So I need a chance that there are no nasties, which is the 96.3. If I have 0 planets, then obviously there's a 100% chance I have none of these nasties because there's no planets. There's not going to be nasties on 0 planets. If I have 1 planet, it's that 96 for no nasties, and it's 3.7 for some nasties. For 2 planets, I can square the amount of the chance to have no nasties. That's the 96 to 3 to the power of 2. And for some nasties, which means either 1 or 2, I can just do 100% minus the 1 for none. I don't need the full distribution anymore. I just need none or some. So I can do a simple subtraction and spare you the horrible thing of the previous slides. We can compute that up to 9 planets because that's you won't have 10 neighbors, so we can stop the computation at 9 planets. The chance you have some nasties on 9 planets is 28.7%. So, nasty amorphous within 81 light years. If I have any planet, if I look at any particular location and I look within 81 light years, the chance of 0 planets is, the chance that they'll have nasties is a nice 0. Okay. 1 planet, that's the 3.7 that we saw earlier. But the chance of those nasties is only 1 in 20. So the combination of that is only 0.7%. The thing is, the numbers in the second column are nicely adding up to exactly 1. The situations we have that I have 0 or 1 or 2 or 3 or up to 9 planets is mutually exclusive, which means I can multiply the numbers in the second and the third column.
Thank God.
So that gives us 0.7% that if I have 1 planet if I have 1 planet within range, then and that it has nasties is only 0.7%. The chance that I have 2 planets is 25%, and about 7.2 of them have some nasties, which results in a small 1.8. So the thing that I can then do is, if I have these numbers, if I want to know how many nasties I have within 81 light years, I can sum these percentages. So the shocking thing that we get, if I have a planet with nasties and I want to know what the chances are that I have another planet with nasties within 81 light years, it's exactly this sum. That's 9%. So in any planet's map, 500 things, any normal game, if I find nasties, the chance that there are nasties within 81 light years is 9%. There are 18 nasties all over the map. You do the math. Thank you.
Now you know.
Absolutely fascinating.
Any questions?
Oh yeah, well, they all are always next to me.
Let me give you the let me give you the good news. If you're interested in well temperature humanoids and gypsoidals, then the humanoids and gypsoidals have an equal chance of amorphous. The humanoids have half the chance of amorphous, but your well temperatured planets is twice the chance of ice desert. So if you have nice temperature humanoids, the chance that you find within 81 light years nice temperature humanoids is 9%. But it doesn't matter what you do. If I have nasties, the chance that I find nice temperature humanoids within 81 light years is 9%.
So the temperature is randomly distributed,
Yes.
but the 11 planets are reset, so it's a little bit biased.
Yeah, I'm completely ignoring the bias around.
But the minerals,
I'm ignoring the ring that generally
how are
appears.
the minerals distributed? Is that, and are there some like invariants in the game?
Yeah, the minerals are done certain classes.
Okay. You have like
There's
small,
low
big,
classes
yeah.
and deposit classes, and within that there is some sort of.
But there are some statistics about, or we have to figure it out for ourselves.
Dig through it. I can look up how that's generated, but.
The stone has from something else.
No, I completely did this by myself.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry for all that. Just this is the one you need to remember.
Mä en tiedä yhtään. En ole arvioinut lainkaan.
You are a mathematician, or is that just hobby?
This is hobby. I'm a computer scientist, but there is a lot of math in computer science.
People are very bad at percentages normally. I mean, a lot of unexpected stuff, especially on the edges. I mean, I used to play a lot of bridge, and then you have it every time. You have to actually calculate. You get like a lot of edge cases. You have to sum them all, and you cannot like throw away 2% there, 3% there.
No, you have to take it all into account, and just be happy that you have 500 planets, and this is average. Because on
maybe you had only
20
one?
planets, this is bad. It's just like, oh, this is a map without any ice, without any nasties. Yes, the next one has 5.
Sid Meier had wonderful stories about game tests with players trying out his games, the early civilizations and games. Like there was this guy who was thinking that, why did I lose this battle? I had this unit that strength is 2, and it's attacking this unit. It has strength of 1, and then explain that okay, how the percentages work and stuff like that, and he understood that it's in the early civilizations it was direct probability. But then later on the same players were angry. Now I have this unit that is 10. Why did it defeat this unit that strength is 20?
You mean
It's that
the
much.
old Civilization 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, when the battleship loses against the caravan. Yeah, I know that.
And then the people accepted that the unit with strength of 1 would win a unit with strength of 2, but if you have a unit with strength of 10, they did not accept that it wins a unit with strength of 20. So what they did actually was that they put in the later civilizations, they put something like 50 of those battles happening in one battle, and then they put the health bar there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then it started to make sense to the players.
Yes, it's why I think I once heard the story that a tennis match, if someone only wins 6 out of 10, or 60% of a single shot thing, the way they build up the sets and everything, the chance that if you're 40 out of 60 that you're going to win a whole match is practically 0. Because it all multiplies. It's 4, 6 times, 4, 6 times, and then cut it off at a set, and then again.
How many people played Civilization 1?
I think they are.
Most people.
We ordered it from USA, came by mail.
Okay.
We had the original package. I think we still have it somewhere.
Nice.
I remember the
battleship versus caravan fights.
And the tank attacks the militia and loses.
I was playing CivNet. Those were the Civ 1 rules, Civilization 1 rules, in the multiplayer session. And I remember that I was totally freaked out when when map generation was a little bit weird, and my starting city was at the end of essentially a long tunnel. And first thing one of my opponents did was place a phalanx over there. That was one offense, 2 defense, and I had to go through it. I built the right units to get through, but random generator didn't like me, and so in the end he used his phalanx, attack 1, to attack my phalanx in my city, and obviously he also won. And for the next weeks he was telling me, like, you were supposed to be the big player? You can't even deal with my phalanx. That was hard.
That's also a great example of probability.
We have a decision point now. It's approximately half an hour when the food is ready. Do we want to move on with presentations now, or do we want to have a longer break?
So what would be the next presentation?
It's Commander Koski, but we don't know how long it's going to take.
I can take it short if you want.
Can we interrupt and continue later? Or
yeah, I think we can.
Then I would suggest let's do that. And when the food comes, we eat it while it's hot.
Yeah.
Take a break there.
Okay, so you will yell, stop it.
So let's continue at 1 o'clock with Alexis' presentation.
live. Okay, greetings, Echo Cluster online. Kuhn at least, hi, and hello, happy campers. This here is one of my favorite topics to be talking here because I've had a lot of pointless arguments about the topic now, and that never leads to anywhere. And now I have the ability to just talk to you and you have to listen. So I can give my opinion and then we can discuss perhaps, but now I can be the guy who talks. And now we are talking about active priority build points. It's my how I focus the thought, what means that should one do crappy builds in the beginning? This is one of the key questions every planeteer needs to think about every now and then. And in the history, when we have these 4 queues nowadays, of course in the classic queue, when we started to play, the general strategy is to build something from the very beginning, every turn, in order to secure ship slots and to get these priority points. Possibly, if you can't build anything else, if you can't get a good build small deep space breakers or something like that, hulls. And then, of course, even back then, this is important, there's the great Planets magazine article about the wonderful small deep space breaker, and in that article there's a huge list of different uses people have had to the small deep space breaker. So you don't just have a stack of small deep space breakers that do nothing during turns, but you actually do something with those small deep space breakers that have one Mark 1 engine. But then we got the new queue. I don't know what's the real name for it, but with Planets New, the idea that instead, if you don't build anything before ship limit, you get the 2 priority points each turn. And after ship limit, you get these random builds in starbases, which leads to the fact that people do max starbases everywhere. Then, because we just yesterday in the sauna, and there we were talking about that marvelous, horrible game you were having, the public, what was the Team Wolf game, the Invitational Team Wolf game with great emperors and people, great players playing, and there we had the Dungeon Master Emperor playing Borg, and he explained and why he was super stressful. He had to be building star bases on every planet because he could do that as the Borg and put the cube to every star base to be built, and every turn during the whole game trying to maximize the economy, and it was extremely stressful. I believe that because of that, I believe this is why we have the RBX queue now. The RBX queue now is, the idea is similar to new queue, but after ship limit you have a chance to get regular builds in designated star bases with the RBX friendly code based on the planet amount. Then we have the PLS queue, which means planet limit ships, meaning it usually starts with something like 20, and then when you start to get more planets, you can have as many ships as you can have planets. And now in the public activity feed, for example,
it's been often discussed that, okay, in classic system, when we had this strategy of spamming the game with crappy builds, then the achievement badge system, we have the achievement badge system that you have to have certain amount of ships, star bases and planets at certain turn. Does it work now with the new queues? And many people say that no, it doesn't work. I say yes, it does work for the ships. For the star bases, I don't believe it that after ship limit anymore because of the RBX system. It's not needed. But for everything else, also the ship amounts. And in the nutshell, this is my, I will explain in this presentation but this is my crappy ship approach. And this is the thing that before ship limit, you want to have a functioning working fleet with key builds. So you are able to do something, you are able to defend, attack and control situations, have things in your hands. You want to have all big builds prior ship limit, you want to have the key alchemy ships, you want to have the heavy carriers and warships. You want to have hundreds of priority points before ship limit, because after ship limit you need especially heavy phasers, but also those special support ships. And I think that in nowadays, especially as people have learned really how to build stuff, and for example in league games, in high level league games, you can easily see that there will be no regular builds after the ship limit is reached, before the game ends around the turn 100.
What?
Yes, that is
90. You get something.
Yeah.
In league games, I've got to admit I haven't played league.
Yeah, league games have this season fixed ending.
Fixed ending. 100.
Yeah, and it's in high standard game it's 100. In standard games it's even 80 or something like that. So it happens that you don't see regular builds possibly. Yeah. So you need to have
priority points. So, yeah.
you need to have a lot of priority points because of that. And now this is also important, that because you want to have lots of planets, because I claim that many times even in those games there is a possibility for RPX builds. It happens right after you reach the ship limit, usually because at that point players are fought away and people are not possibly able to rise the amount of ships so high over the 500 that doesn't happen. It only happens a bit later. So, and also sometimes players are very careful, so because of that they don't use enough those priority points, and you kind of surf around the 500 regular thing. And also the Horwasp stuff. Horwasp cannot exploit that stuff, that if you want to fight in a team against Horwasp, you want to serve the regular build thing, because they can't get these RPX builds. So it is very good against the enemies of Horwasp. But I claim this, that in order to reach this, you need crappy ship designs prior ship limit by the bushel in any build queue, even the PLS. And some tenets to understand. My view to the game is Planets is a game where we try to do as many things, we try to do as much as we can in as short time as possible, in as few turns as possible. And we want to decrease our opponent's ability to do that. And in my eyes, all the things that happen in the game, all the abilities, all the technologies, everything, it revolves around this. And the more ships you have, the more options you have available each turn. And this is important because we play a strategy game. Because if we have an optimized, maximized economy, and we use it with very big freighters, for example,
Then if somebody kicks you, and especially in later game, and takes that freighter or destroys that freighter, if you have more ships, you have more flexibility, you can react. If the opponent surprises you, you can change your plans more easily in the flight and do something else instead if you are covered around the map more. But this is my crappy build logic. It's better to build a crappy build instead of taking the +2 priority points when you believe that the benefit you get is greater than the +1 priority points. Now the idea is that the crappy builds are built in star bases that are not able to do those good builds. The star bases that do the good builds are different, but these are the star bases that are done to spam for the priority points or the small deep space vectors or something like that. The build doesn't make it slower in turns to reach star base or key build max, instead makes it fast. The build supports your combined arms action. The build helps to reach max planet count for RPX reasons. And this is a new thing. You can, if you send an early little ship to get 10 planets more, it might put you as planet leader around the ship limit and you might get a regular build because of that. I'm actually leading. Okay, and now this is one thing I found very funny. I played a campaign game as the privateer. It was fun. And they have this outrated class Transport, which is an amazing ship. And it has nearly all the ideal crappy build qualities. It's tech level 1, of course, no money. Engines 1, beams 1, you can rob with it. Cargo room, 130 kilotons. Fuel, 260 kilotons. It costs 50. This is very bad.
Yes.
This is very bad. And then molybdenum. When I hit in turn 31, there, ship limit, I had this amount of these crappy outriders, and then I had this amount of medium transports. And medium transport I built because they don't have this. And the thing was, I used for them the criteria I have. And now when we think about this transport, from my criteria 1, 3 and 4, I can build it in the star bases that are not building anything really important. They have tech levels 1. When my early NCBRs start to move, they double their cargo and fuel tank. So when they are moving back and forth and everything, I get twice as efficient outcome. They save me turns. This is their most important thing, that if I tow a crappy ship like that into a planet cluster somewhere and it goes, scope them and drops them a few mines, their builds with something little, and it saves me turns from the better builds. And then of course the capability of rob is very important for privateer. I actually used this because I wanted to attack early against the neighboring robot, which I did. You don't want to check this game, you want to check KGN's game for if you want to see a really good privateer build up before ship limit. But in this game I made the strategic choice to have huge amount of heavy phasers before robots. If you want to see a game where privateer has got enough heavy phasers at ship limit to kill the robot, you can check this game. You can use the warp 0 intercept, scout hostile planets, and it's a ship slot light. The idea is that you don't take 2 priority points, but you take 1 priority point, and later on you can recycle it, you can get the 1 priority point. But for the cost of 1 priority point, you have awfully lot of uses you can do, and awfully lot of things you can do during the game.
Can I ask you something? I would like to change that a little bit. And
Yeah.
or do you want to finish first?
I want to finish first. This won't last long. Part 2 is the trickiest. Because if you think about 10 outrider class transports, okay, the money doesn't mean much. The molly doesn't mean much. But the duranium and tritanium is very much. And that is only possible if you have very good idea of that you will get the star bases there, that you have the extra tritanium and duranium there, and they should not make you build less key designs in time. This is very important. But with calculated use, you get money faster, you scout faster, you colonize planets and build a few mines faster, and you pick up little minerals faster. You save turns, you get more stuff done in less time. And then, in the beginning, in the end, the idea is to some point to recycle them, or land and disassemble them if you have something that has like Mark 1 torpedoes a lot that it can scoop and it can be towed somewhere, and you land and disassemble and you get some massive amounts of supplies for colonizing purposes or something like that. And for example, in PLS game you can always just land and disassemble them to release room for new builds. But there are some rare places where you can actually use them until the end of the game, where they can be very useful.
You can give them to ally for rock protection.
Yes,
They'll be
yes.
towed out.
And for example, a little nice trick is that with the nerfed crystalline webs, you can have a small display spectre sitting there. You can use the GSS friendly code to travel through webs with your ally ships, and then give them back if you position them correctly. And so, in short, I claim that it's better to build these crappy ships than take the +2 priority points when you believe that it's a greater benefit, when it doesn't make it slower to reach starbase or key build max, and when it supports your combined arms action and helps you reach max planet count for RPX reasons. Yeah, that was thank you. Now you can challenge me. I have had my moment of being the only truth in the room, and now I can get...
Just rather a question.
Yes.
And, there are so many different approaches to play this game.
Yes.
This is one of the big strengths of PGA fans. I tend to have a slightly different approach in general, meaning I only build star bases not when I can, because I can, but I build star bases when I know that I have the sufficient logistics and reserves behind it to build reasonable ships. So in my point of view, I view building crap ships like you have them, a failure in planning, in my planning, because this only happens when you build a starbase and for some reason, and most of them are under your control, you are lacking the ability to feed them for good ships, good I have to admit, I never played League, so there some effects may come into play here which I'm not aware of. But for normal games, I try to avoid.
I think the League games are just the same.
Huh?
League games are just the same than normal games. No any difference.
And to be honest, I'm not. Unlike other things, I'm not really sure about this here myself, because I saw, for example, in the Verger War, that the privateer was running away with priority points. He had 130 or so at ship limit, which had a real issue, which had real significance, because I knew, okay, fine, those are 40 to 50 MBRs, heavy phaser MBRs. So any minefields are of secondary consideration and so. But usually I try not to build any bad ships at all, and I try to learn what the reason would be to.
This is not a bad ship. This is a ship with a purpose.
It has uses.
This is something that I like to state open. When you play strategy games, it's not about Sitius, Appius, Fortius. It's Veni, Vidi, Vici. It's enough that you beat the opposition. You don't need to run extremely fast. You just need to run faster than your competition. If you triple your opponent, you can walk into the And so when you build a ship, you don't need to build maximum high-tech ship or get the huge quality armada. All you need to do is have good enough fleet to kick your opponents behind.
Okay, but hey, with this I have to ask, let's continue discussion when we have food in front of us.
Yeah, I think the food is ready, so we can start eating and continue discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Alright,
The next turn I only need one more. Okay. So if I plan better,
Okay.
I can bring that one more.
Then we are about to start the next lesson. And as usual, I'm going to speak something about the early economy. And today it's a little bit updated. And we are talking about aggressive early economy. First, there is some preface why I'm talking about this early economy thing, and this is like a refresh course before our first economy lesson was held at Camp Finland 2017, and it was held by me. And this my lesson caused some discussion back then, and then I have heard that it actually helped my enemies to build better fleets, and that made playing more painful for me, but that belongs to high-level gaming, so that's very good. After that, there has been many new rules and especially new priority queue introduced after that. I personally got big lesson in my life and kicking my groins mentally and physically during my divorce at 2019. Then I achieved the ultimate planet goal and became emperor 2021. Wow, that was cool. Even some of my younger colleagues started to name me the emperor at work. I'm not sure if it's a good or bad thing, but but it's nice. So a lot has changed in life and planets after 2017, but the basics of early economy has not. But the preface, what you need to be a winning planets player. Here you can see it. This is a picture of a sauna contest about 10 years ago, when the finalists, one of them get killed and another into hospital with big injuries. So what you need hard work, of course, then you need pain and more pain. But will to win is what drives you forward, and then you learn things. Okay, you can tolerate pain and want to win. What you do next?
Politically correct pictures.
Okay, I think how I learned to do better economy was critically analyzing my games. First, make a summary of your completed games. Why did you win if that is the case? More importantly, why did you not win? Rule number 1, be honest to yourself. When you lost, most likely you did not only have bad luck. When you won, you most likely had also some good luck. So find your Achilles heel and try to fix that. And admitting that you really did something wrong or that you are not good at something is harder than trying to find excuses. And to get a planets player, you definitely need to lose also games. So if you don't, find stronger opponents. Killing kittens do not prepare you against a lion. And will to win is what drives you. So if you always win, you are satisfied and don't need to improve your skills until you recognize someone has drove past you. But this is very rare. You only win. I think there's only one player still around who still only wins. And everybody should get beaten sometimes. Meaner the better. Five main factors to analyze of your games. One is economy, and especially the early economy. What is this lesson going to be about? This is the base you are building everything at, and because of that, that is the most important part in my opinion. And also this part is the easiest to analyze and improve. 2, diplomacy. With good diplomacy alone you can rarely win, but with bad diplomacy you will definitely lose. A strategy in competitive games, you need one to win. Tactics aid you to win, but alone they are nothing but neat tricks. 5, the mental things. This is often the most difficult part, at least for me. Things that are most important also hurt you most. Sometimes it's planets. Everyone knows how hard it's to play after a mistake that leads you to losing position, so you must gather you up, and but it takes some turns. And superiority in one category won't give you a win in a competitive game. You always need all of them. Most important is to find out what is your weak spot. Okay, then we can get into business. Why I'm talking about early economy? The economist is the first deciding factor you are competing, if you are competing for the win or not. Usually you can recognize winning players only by looking their fleets at turn 25 to 30. There is nothing to do with the race. Competitive players will always have a decent fleet with all races. There exist still some players that play a lot but have impotent fleets game after game, and this must mainly be because of lack of a will to win, because the economy is the most easiest part to improve. So maybe they just want to play, not win. All other factors in the game are built on early economy. If you have a good fleet, many priority points at the ship limit, you have more diplomatic options. You have something to offer to other players. If you have good fleet, you have possibility to plan different strategies. And with the decent fleet, you can also perform tactics, and those need tricks. Without a strong fleet at ship limit, that means also the priority points. If you don't have decent fleet, decent economy, you can be nothing but a sidekick at best. All races are different, but still main thing for all races to aim before ship limit is firepower. You can have small niche ships, and you definitely should have those, but what really matters is pure firepower. And why the firepower is so important? First thing is, you cannot have maximum firepower if you have not built good support ships you can get your eco to fly with. And because of this, calculating just the pure firepower tells almost always the capability of your economy. Second thing is, after the ship limit, you can produce high-end support ship with those priority points. And the third thing is, you will earn priority points with the firepower you have built. More firepower, more battles, more priority points to build more ships. So more ships is better. Sometimes misunderstood point is that if you play your early economy right and aim to maximum firepower, you will nearly accidentally have also good support ships and the priority points. Put it other way, if you aim to something else than the maximum firepower, you will never build also carriers or battleships by accident. If you ever aim for something else than maximum firepower, there's a big risk you are only maximizing the cannon fodder. 10. The priority points. One exception to maximum firepower due to new standard games and queue is hidden firepower, the priority points. You also need to calculate the priority points when comparing the eco strength at turn 25. In my calculations, one big carrier can be counted roughly 15 priority points, but this is not easy to count because also with quite bad economy you can produce some meaningless bases to gather priority points, but you may end up in a situation where you have 150 priority points and all your resources are gone, and you actually cannot build anything with those priority points until the enemy fleet comes and steamrolls you. So, but priority points are a good thing, and there are many situations where it's better to concentrate building priority points than the fleet, but they both must be counted today. But the main thing is, if you want 30 carriers or 250 priority points before ship limit, you need to kickstart your economy. And that is what is
presentation is about. And all build-up strategies need same aggressively early economy. Aggressive build-up. You need to push your economy to limits from the very first turn. I think you must send out all possible resources from your homeworld to generate more resources. That is what the homeworld resources are for. If you miss sending resources out by one turn, that means roughly cumulated you can be 28 turns behind your opponent at limit. Miss by 2 turns and you are at first 56 turns behind your aggressive enemy. Build up your planets as fast as you can. Learn how to do that. Adapt what you find, but do not forget the main things. And we come later back what is this. Tax your natives to limits. Move enough class. My all natives are usually at 40 happiness at ship limit, but like I heard it, they should be at 31. Dig the minerals from the ground as fast as possible. And keep your freighters and also warships full maximum time, also when they are coming back. Always think what you should and will do next. Calculate the moves of your ship so there are 0 idling ships, bases or planets waiting for something. I think avoiding idling things is key to success. And now I show you 2 idling things you should avoid, and then we go to the main thing. One is idling colonies. This is one maneuver I sometimes use. Typical situation in every game before limit is you don't have enough clans in your border planets to tax your natives at maximum efficiency. Something needs to be done to that, and you have limited number of freighter capacity to move your clans. So when you tax your natives to 40 happiness, you can move all but one clan out. You bring 1000 clans, aggressively tax this like 3 million siliconoid planet to 31 possibly, and then you move the clans away. So I think usually this first planet can actually receive more clans from next coming LDSF, so you don't even come back when you take these clans out. And you need only one clan to generate happiness, so 1000 clans at a planet gathering happiness when colonists are limited is total waste of resources. The other point about colonists is that after you have built 200 mines on a planet, you can move colonists out to build another planet and produce those 200 mines fast. These mines will disappear only 3 per turn, so you will have many mines left after 10 turns or like that. Only a few hundred clans can kickstart nearly as many planets as you want if you strive. Then one of my favorite subjects is this idling rocks. Second example about the idling things is this rock. First planet you found in a game is a dry rock. Maybe some minerals but no natives. This is for Mentar especially. Mentar is disappointed. He found the rock. What to do? I have noticed that many players, like Mentar, just drop one clan and fly away. Oh God, so wrong. This rock is important and good for you. 1. This rock, when built up fast, will generate hundreds of minerals before ship limit. 2. First medium deep space freighter has just enough cargo to build up this rock. It has not enough cargo to build up good native planet anyways. You need large deep space freighter for that job. 3. If you don't build up this rock now, you won't do it at all. You do it much later, because you can never afford to send your precious large deep space freighter to this rock anyways. So this rock will remain an idling rock for possibly a long time. And this rock is the nearest planet of your homeworld, and forgetting that planet is a disaster. I think so. And actually, in my opinion, finding a rock first is actually a good thing. 1. Your medium deep space freighter
found immediately a planet it can build up alone without need of another ship to visit the planet. 2, you get possibly good mineral deposit near your homeworld if you build it fast. And 3, when you find a rock first, you know where definitely not to send your first large deep space freighter. So build up this rock with that first medium deep space freighter. That is best thing this little freighter can do. And then the main, excuse me?
Do you want feedback early on, or do you want to finish your lecture?
Should we finish and then feedback? Is it
Okay,
better? Yeah. The main, and I want to say about this rock thing. One, you when you go with the medium deep space freighter and you put things on that rock and build it fast, then you have 2 options. You can go back to your homeworld, or depending on situation, you can continue the scouting, dropping those 1 plans. But I'm not saying that you definitely want to come back, but you definitely want to develop that planet where it goes first. No matter what the planet, if it has natives, then you can go to find that rock. But to drop the things. But that's bad. You miss the rock by 1 turn. So better is to find the rock first, drop everything there, and then you can go back or go scouting or something. But
Let's do that after.
Yeah. But okay. But the main magic of building big firepower is this. What you need for shipbuilding is minerals and money. Faster the better. Most people already know ways to get mega credits fast, but when you need firepower or bases for priority points, you need minerals. And historically, players tend to build factories first. I did so also back in the 90s. Every planet I used this manner, because then you can move to another planet and leave this planet to develop alone, and that is worst mistake aggressive economist can make. The most important thing in early economy when building a planet is to maximize the mines, usually even before the factories. Of course you can do like drop 700 mega credits and build the factories, build the mines both, but this is expensive. If you cannot afford both, build the mines. And I will show you why this is important. All begins with the first medium or deep space freighter in your homeworld that you send to conquer the world. And when I started playing, I packed 150 clans, 50 supplies and 150 mega credits. I built 50 factories and started to develop planets that way. Same universal idea I used after I conquered more planets. Then I thought I could do better. I could bring more cash, so I can build 100 factories right away. So 100 clans, 100 supplies, 300 mega credits. That was much better, but not close what I should have done. Then, if you pack this freighter with 80 clans, 120 supplies and 440 mega credits, then you build the mines first, 80 mines, 40 factories, and we can see what happens, how it affects the mineral outcome of this planet. The following calculations I will show you has been made with an assumption that all planets have mineral density of 50% and 500 to 1000 of all minerals. Of course, this is not the case, but usually you can achieve even better results when you know what minerals you need, what you find, and guide your doings by that. For example, if robot find good uranium deposit in the beginning, of course 100 mines is not enough. It needs 220 or what you can easily build fast, and you can be even more aggressive. And these calculations has also been made with the assumption that a player develops majority of planets in roughly the same manner, and usually people has their habits, so if you build the factories first, you will do it in many planets. And this strategy here is not the best. You must guide your doings by what you find, and actually it's not usually possible to develop all planets like done in this calculation.
but this following example will give a hint how catastrophic the factory's first let the planets develop alone strategy can be compared to aggressive mineral digging. And this was valid at 217, and I believe still is. I have noticed that fleets are nowadays much better at ship limit than they were 6 years ago. People have really started to dig up the minerals. And here are the different strategies, and this means that this is 5 turns developing one planet, and this is only like one planet. And then if we multiply it to 10 planets and the 30 planets, we see how it affects the mineral outcome. And the total amount of minerals, of course, it's different than in this calculation, but the difference in the mineral amount is quite near to true. And here we can how it goes. If you drop 150 clans, 50 supplies, 150 mega credits, it costs 200 mega credits take out. Turn 1 you have 50 factories, turn 2 you have 66 factories, then 89, 109, then you can build your first mines, and turn 5 there is 112 factories, 32 mines, and you have digged out 13 minerals. If you do better, put 100 clans, 100 supplies, 300 mega credits. The cost is 400 mega credits to take out. Turn 1 there is 100 factories, and at turn 5 you have 112 factories, 92 mines, and 259 minerals, 0 supplies. But then this aggressive tactic, you bring out 80 clans, 120 supplies, and 440 mega credits. Cost is 560 mega credits, so it's only 360 more than the strategy 1. And you can see in 5 turns you have 92 factories, 92 mines, and 680 minerals. That's a huge difference. And if you accumulate it, you take more planets and you do the same catastrophic maneuver like in the first line. There comes the difference why some people build 30 carriers before the ship limit, some people build 1. This is the difference, and many players are in the middle, they build 10 carriers. They are in the middle, and some 30, 1. Multiply by 10, first 130 minerals, and the aggressive man has 6,800 minerals. And of course he has more because these planets develop after turn 5, but this is the difference. Difference between these strategies is like 6,700. Multiply by 30 because this is how many planets people tend to have near ship limit. The difference is like 20,000 minerals. And here you can see it is like 30 carriers. The first there is 0. And it sounds like a miracle, but if you look some games how players play, you can, here we have one guy, KGN, you can check his games, and he did like that, and he really built huge fleets, best I have ever seen in NU. Okay, we can agree, total disaster at mineral gain with the first strategy, but notice especially the very small difference in initial cost between 2 later development strategies, but with huge difference in mineral gain. So you only have extra cost of 10,000 mega credits and 20,000 minerals, so quite cheap minerals if you compare to Merlin. So with 30 planets difference is 500 mega credits, but more than 12,000 minerals. Yeah, and this is how. Okay, but I show you a case of ISOT's robotic fleets, how I developed I improved my economic doings.
And I believe that aiming to maximum firepower cannot go wrong. So that is what I tried to learn. I will show you robotic fleets at turn 28 in 3 consecutive games from the past. In all these games I aimed at maximum firepower at ship limit. I didn't get her priority points because these games were before priority points gathering times. So it's easy to calculate the firepower because I don't need to compare the priority points. And details can be checked from my game's history. And this is to show you that analyzing your gaming and making changes to your doings, especially digging out minerals, can really affect the outcome. The first game in NU was a robotic one. No big fights, I could do my economy in peace. I used some basic methods to build up my economy. And my first freighter had 150 clans, 50 supplies, and for some strange reason 1000 mega credits. I think it meant to be 100, but I put 1000. But here was the fleet at turn 28. I got 66 planets, 63 starships, 5 star bases, 17 carriers plus 2 Merlins. Okay fleet, but not spectacular. There is a lot to improve. Then game 2, second game as a robot. That was Die Hard 16. There was many competitive players. And in this game I had super bad uranium deposits in it. I'm clearly improving my economic strategy. Here, turn 28, I had these 23 carriers plus 2 Merlins. There were 17 automa, 4 golems, 2 instrumentally. I liked automas those days. Nowadays I have changed towards the golems. Then I have these 7 clone transwarp meteors. I mentioned them because they are quite expensive for a robot because they much stronger fleet than in the first game. And meteors here are a good example how aiming to maximum firepower leads to building also needs support ships, because I noticed in that game that if I build 1 meteor, possibly I can build also 1 automa extra because it is so fast it can kickstart the economy. Game 3, this is also a robot game. That was very high level game, and there was a problem. I was at war against Joshua since beginning, so a lot of resources went to minefields. The first medium deep space freighter had 90 clans, 110 supplies and 450 mega credits. And notice most importantly, less clans and more supplies for kickstart. And here is the fleet at 28. So, about the same planets, 48, 69 starships, 6 star bases. I got to build 35 carriers plus 2 Merlins, 18 automas, 9 golems, 8 instrumentalities. I also had 32 support ships and 45 priority points. When I started playing back then, I thought this massive fleet is just impossible to build before ship limit, but apparently it were not. And back in 2017, this was very good fleet. Actually, I thought it's almost the best fleet ever built, but not anymore. I show you one example how you can execute this same strategy to build mines and kickstart your economy, but you don't build carriers. You concentrate on priority points, and here is sitting the master behind that.
I also had 12 carriers here. Huh?
Yeah. I will. But this is turn 28. I will mention that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. KGN shows here example of hidden firepower build up instead of a clumsy carriers using aggressive economy strategies. Here's the fleet of KGN in Privateer Vance turn 28, and here you can his massive economy. He had 24 meteors, 4 Gorpies, 3 Merlins, and he had 338 priority points. So I was quite
excited to look what he did because, and also I looked through your robotic game and I was impressed. 5 or 6 first turns, I noticed he does the same as me, but then something happens and he does even better. But I haven't invented it yet. I have to continue researching that thing. So, take home board message.
Whoa. How many bases did you have?
21.
I actually relaxed a little bit because I had already 10 at 15, so this is too much.
Okay,
So
okay,
actually
you relaxed, so you didn't build enough. You could have done better.
Because it was like going because once you have it going, it's exponential. No? Priority points is exponential.
Yeah, the reason why I'm looking at that is, okay, 338 priority points in the hands of a carrier race is worrisome. It's not quite as simple to convert them as a privateer.
But I built all these ships in 15 turns. So
No,
10 days is like building ships, the Meteor, Heavy Phaser, Transwarp. It was a lot of work to get that done. And I think because ship limit was 33, I think. Then I raided another guy and I got another 10 Gorbies.
Yeah, you had
So,
five turns after that. You had much more courage, but I take the same turn.
Yeah.
I'm not want to disparage anything
No,
of what
no,
you
of
did.
course
No,
not.
it's just pointing out, especially as a privateer, it is fairly easy to collect a lot of priority points.
But because you cannot build anything better, no?
This is one of the reasons why this is one of the reasons why I'm always saying to Joshua, I think the privateers need a boost, at least for high level games. But
something to build. I mean,
something to build. But you can build then you can have 250 meteors. It's okay.
Yeah, they alone won't win a war against a top level competition with low keys.
But with 20 carriers they can. You had like 20 carriers a couple of turns after because you also did good diplomacy and everything. Because building aggressive economy don't take anything off from your diplomacy if you play good.
Yeah, actually, good economy. You can start giving stuff.
If I would do a bad economy and bad diplomacy.
I mean, for example, I could give 5 meteors to Fury. I said, okay, if you don't give glories to anybody, I give you 5 meteors for free.
Yeah.
I could, I have 300.
If you have 300 meteors, you can do good business. Okay, but take home board message, analyze your previous games critically, admit that you suck and need to improve, always think what you should do and will do next, avoid all idling things, use your colonist efficiently, do not forget the rocks, and understand the crucial importance of building up mines. Thank you. And I think next we will hear something about the master builder KGN.
Can you put the presentation by Fakuli?
He is tuned out. He has tuned out.
Question.
Yeah.
You showed how you build your medium fighter. How you feel your large fighter?
It depends on what I found.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, this is just a little an exercise I did to understand the kind of fleet that you can build, both in terms of ships and priority points. I'm not saying you should build it because the maximum means that it might become a little later than you actually wanted to, or you might want to have some build more firepower earlier. But I think for me it's just like I was a new planets player, so it's still like figuring everything out myself. So then I tried to do some simulations to see, okay, what can I actually do? So also when I do a new race, I can understand what I can build and what I do not build. No. So this is I did not play all the races, but I also did some test games. I already so here I have a little bit the kind of if you like do what we said earlier, if you do focus only on starbase, not say you should, but if you do that only, you come like some of these are actually all of my own games. Some of these are training games, but okay. Let's say also I'm not going behind after turn 30. Because I think that already should stop before, because once you have like if you have a couple of players like me and like Izo, and you have a game go to 35, it's a massacre. No, it simply should not happen. So at least I think so. What I have here, so we have like different curves. We have a top curve for the privateers of Lizard and Borg, because they have like big boost. Privateers because they can like tow everything everywhere. The Lizard obviously has the mining bonus and the economy bonus, which you don't even need because you don't. Building starbases cost nothing; it's very cheap. No, and okay, Borg obviously as well because they have like this huge mining advantage because they can get so many mining mines on the planets. No, and they can also transport it pretty well. And actually, it's much easier for them to make bases than bring everything back because. Then they still have to like get the fire cloud there to bring it back. Then we have a Federation, which is a little bit more unfortunate because they have the mining penalty. At the end it evens out a little bit once they start getting a Merlin around turn 13, 14, because they really have to prioritize that. But okay, they still have like, they keep the deficit. But okay, maybe it can actually improve a little bit. But this is more or less what you have. And also, what do you have then? Around turn 15, which is what I look at. So with privateers and so the top races, you get around 10 bases. You can have this. I did this multiple times. With the other races, you could that turn you're around 6, and with Federation maybe 5-4. No, this is what you can do. You can do better. You can, but this is what I. Probably somebody can do better than this, no, but this is more or less what you have. So that also has like implication if you build nothing, or you obviously you have to build something because you have to build logistics ships, but just like the mathematical exercise of building these bases, that gives you like a certain number of priority points, no? So the number what you see here actually already like I extracted the number of logistic ships you need, more or less these are like per turn 2 I have. So turn 20 you have around, let's say 40 logistic ships. Just saying, no, just to make the calculation. But you see that, okay, after turn 25 it becomes pretty bad, no, for some races. They go like 700. No. So anyway, I think that's also my message also, you have to really keep these games around a maximum turn 25, because otherwise if you have good logistic players, they might like benefit too much. No? But okay, this is not all. This is so this is like a fleet. You can have let's say a value of 600 priority points, 800 priority points. Of course, this is without any trades, because with trades you can even do better. No, because let's say I'm robot, so I know I can make around 560 priority points. But I also know if I get like a meteor, I probably am going to go closer to the curve above. So that just a meteor, apart from the meteor, is a nice ship to have. But it will generate probably for me another 50 priority points in the quantity output. No? Just because I can tow the Merlin around, I mean, it's a lot of logistics which I can get done, but even just one, and then I clone it, it gets even worse. No? So then you become like privateers in the end. Not the same, because you don't have 20, but you have even 4, you get probably like 60% of the benefits. No? Of course, early, turn 15, turn 18, like his game. After, it's too much. But you can do better than that, no? So this is like the fleet you can build if you build nothing. The support ships, maybe like a couple of ships, no? But you can do better, because their ships, let's say, of course, the turn before ship limit, it makes no sense to build a base because you only get 2 priority points. So you can build ships. Now, these are like robot ships. You can build like, I give all these ships, let's say, my own kind of value. So they don't have like the full priority point value. So, let's say Automa White Wolf, this is like one of my favorites. Was maybe one of my favorites, especially for trades. I don't use it myself because it's not fighting ship, but no, it's very tradable. Everybody. No, and just for me, this is worth like 10 priority points instead of the 14 priority points. No. So, for example, Golem Warp 1 is very difficult ship to manage because you cannot go anywhere. But Golem Warp, this is my favorite ship, Golem Warp 5 X-Ray. You will see my fleet is normally, before limit is that, after limit, of course, heavy phaser, no, don't warp. But okay, then I like say, okay, this is going to be worth, let's say the Golem, it's worth 15 priority points for me, not the full 18. Partially, I don't think the Golem is worth 18, but say 18. No, not the full 18, it's a little bit less, like 15. So even like a Golem Warp 9, for me that's 17.
Can I interrupt? I don't understand that. Why are the PP values adjusted? What does that mean?
I mean, for me, the full carrier, heavy phaser transwarp is 18. So I'm going to say the Warp 5 X-ray, for me it's worth. What it's worth. It's like the value of the ship.
I mean, just trying
it
to
doesn't
understand.
Cost me anything. I mean,
exactly,
what it costs is the minerals. But I'm going to say, I'm going to maximize my value.
He's trying to explain if he wants to gather the priority points or build the ship.
Yeah,
and
I say this ship for me it's worth 15.
He's comparing against the 2 priority points.
So for example, even like a cat spawn. Cat spawn is 4 priority points. But I say, okay, Mark 7 for me is 3.5. At the end, I make the sum. Okay, I have 200 priority points. And these are the ships, and I try to estimate, because especially if I have to make choices, I try to make an estimate of how much is it worth.
Yeah, okay, well, I was just asking because a Golem Warp 9 does cost exactly the same as a Golem Warp 1 in priority points. So I wanted to understand
but it's not the same worth. So in fact, if I then, it allows me also to look at the game a little bit differently. So I can say, okay, I have now 20 Warp 5 carriers. I value these as 15.
If you say they're not priority points, but KGN points.
Okay, whatever, they're points.
Yeah.
Okay.
So PP adjusted. Okay, that's the way. Okay, you can peanuts. Okay.
KGN points.
KGN points.
Okay.
KGN points.
So that is like what I try to maximize. No, then I say, okay, some ships are worth a lot, and some ships that just have a penalty because they're so bad. No. So for example, Merlin, I didn't put the Merlin, let's say the Merlin Warp 1, at least it's 10 because I can always shoot it down. So I can, it's like at least 10, probably a little bit more. So I try to like estimate the value. No? So then I also say, okay, this is the value for me personally in terms of, this is what I pay for it. I'm willing to pay for that. And I also say, okay, what's going to cost? Well, normally at the time you are there, you have enough, you always rely on the Merlin. You rely on, so any minerals, they don't matter. You just count, I just count the total. So I say, the Golem Warp 5, it's 468 plus 207 plus. So in the end it's for 755 minerals. And that for me is like, then I'm going to count it in star bases. Because that's what I'm going to compare to. I can build a star base or I can build a ship. No? So that is going to be like 0.88 star bases in terms of minerals. So then I can do like a calculation and I can say, how many turns before the ship limit does it make sense to start building that one or to take the priority points? Because I can build a new, it's easiest to to have something that's very close. Okay, the golem is close to the starbase, no, more or less the same minerals. So of course, the turn before ship limit, I build the golem. If I built it 6 turns before the ship limit, if I build the base 6 turns before the ship limit, I get 12 pp. So it starts to be like competitive.
Okay, I see what.
No, then okay. So that means that no, for example, these ships, I start to build them. Now you can see in the last column, 9 turns before ship limit. Of course, I need to give it. I try to guess a little bit. So normally my game, maybe last game was 23. So that means difficult to estimate, but I had a feeling it was I want to end up there. So that means at that point I do not build bases anymore. I just go to the carrier production. No? So what does that mean? So, okay, let me get back to this later. So you can see here, with robots, my curve would be like this if I start building bases, but I stop building bases at 9 turn, that is for a ship limit of 25. So 9 turn before the ship limit, I stop building bases. And I convert completely to carrier build. No? And then, okay, then I have like, okay, it's not PP, let's say free value or KGN points or whatever you want. So now I have the curve before, the top, the blue curve is what I would have if I do only bases. But now I have like the red curve, which is the PP from the bases I have. I can give you the presentation later. No? And then I have the yellow line, which is from what I call the premium ships. No? Assessed at what they are worth. Okay? For me, depends. Of course, this is all like big picture, but sometimes you need like a special ship very early, so it might be worth a little bit more. It might have a temporary value. No? And it also gives me a framework to start trading. No? So I can, okay, I trade a golem. This for me 13. For a kobold, maybe I value it at 6 because for me it's very valuable. And I can start like reason about stuff and try to optimize my. Now, so in the end, so here I get like a little bit extra compared to just the priority points, starting to build the other ships at the right time. I might build a bit earlier because, like I said, this is the maximum, but I compromise because I do not want to like be invaded or something. No, so but anyway, I always say for myself, then I know that I am sacrificing output for something temporary. You know, like having better defense, or at least don't look like an idiot on a military score with only freighters until turn 13, because that invites problems. You know. So, no, so here...
it invites visitors.
Yeah, visitors, yeah. So, I do this for every race, you know, so I like say, okay, you will not see the privateers because they have nothing to build, or they can build the Merlin, but most of them they start building, like, oh, they only last turn they might build some meteors, you know. Of course, they build what they need, but that's something else. They don't need to build anything they don't need. So here, for example, let's say T-Rex, I would like say, this is just, I do not have experience with all the races, so I just like guess a little bit what I would build, but for me it's like the right trade-off between like good value, but not too much, no? So for example, Darkwing, I'm not going to build a heavy phaser, or even heavy blaster, so I build, for example, I'm just building, playing bird games, so. I build mostly, don't say anybody because they... So there are mostly Transwarp, Mark 7, PB, that's possible. So let's say Golem, like this, and then for example, Fats, I might even start look at the Missouri. I've seen that actually for the value, the cost, I mean, in minerals, it's very cheap if you have the cheap version, no? So you can refit it later, but even because, for example, the Nova is actually very expensive, even the hull, no? So then I do them for every, like I say, for every race, I kind of have an idea, and sometimes it also say, okay, for example, privateers, I would like to have one of these battleships, no? Even just to build, so I can actually finally use my minerals, especially in the last 9 turns, productively, no, because I can keep building bases, but like I said, building bases is good, but at the last couple of turns, building premium ships is better, because you, no? So this is for all the races, and this, okay, let's say just a little bit, I have not played all of them, but this is a little bit what I had in mind. And for example, then you can do the same thing for Lizard. And also Lizard, the premium build for me is in the T-Rex. So then, okay, they start to build like, because T-Rex is a little bit less efficient, so they would start building this in optimal variant, like 6 turns before ship limit. No? I'm not saying they should, it's what you can do. No? This is like getting the best output, I'm not saying you get the best result. No? Oh sorry, wrong way. So this is like Lizard, so here you have, so also there, same thing, you start building bases, okay, there, or maybe you have the minerals in a place where you cannot reach, so you might still build the base just like to do something with it. No, but then the same thing here. Here the gain is not so much, because like say the robot actually is nice, because the carriers, the robots are not the right race, but the only good thing about the robots is that the carriers are actually very mineral efficient. They are cheap. For the 750 minerals, you get the golem is very good, no? But that's the only good thing about the robots. I think. No, it also means that you start building them earlier.
Sir, let me toast you.
No, you build them earlier, and you might actually a ship limit. Normally, as robots have a bigger fleet than other races. No? This is the Borg. It's a little bit similar, but also here the gain is small, because again. The Gorby is so expensive that it's not that much big of a gain.
The cube, you mean?
Huh?
The cube. Gorby's are in.
Oh, sorry, the bio side, yeah. I mean here you get the bio, and here this is what you start building like five turns before ship limit. Before, in fact, you see that in a lot of games. Actually, if you look at a lot of games, you see that these things actually nurture. Maybe people didn't think about it, but you see very often. Players, they start building like the Gorbies, the bios, like 5-6 turns before the end. In a competitive games, not in the no. No, okay. Then you have like birds, which I just started playing. So you also, yeah, probably started a little bit too early. No, here's, and this is like what you have for everything. So this is just what you build. Now I had a little bit. This in fact, I said, okay, this is too much for today. So what I then do myself, when I do the planning, I say, okay, this is what I can build. So these are like the PPs with the premium builds. And okay, I'm going to spend it in some way. Maybe I say, okay, I have to spend, because for example, all the early ships in some way, if I look only at the output, they're waste. No, but I say, okay, I'm going to build a couple of cats just to have defense. So I'm going to spend like 50 KGN points on defense. Maybe I have a neighbor, and maybe I like either going to arrest him or something. So maybe another race, for example, bird, very simple, very cheap to do like interference. So I do that. No, otherwise I'm an idiot. No. So and then I obviously have the traits. Traits I'm not going to talk too much about, but for me the more I trade, the better, because I mean I think. Of course, you have to be careful not to trade with some players, no?
What?
But okay, so I think this is a little bit. I mean, the way I now approach shipbuilding, no? And then I already try to look, because I know. I think he said it a little bit earlier. So I try to look already with the first conquest in mind, because I know the first conquest I have to pay because. I have to pay with my own ships. I'm not going to get any RB builds from that. And I think normally second conquest you might get, maybe you can pay for it with RB builds, not very often, but still less and less. But ideally it was like that. You know, your first conquest you pay for yourself, and if you are, so you might sometimes say, okay, I'm going to. If I wait too much, I'll get more ships, but this is going to be a nightmare to try to conquer the guy. So actually it might not be an optimal thing, no? Because at the end what matters is what you end up with here, and if that fleet can win you the game. No? Okay, this is the presentation. Okay.
Can you repeat how you establish the value, the second value?
The second value, how I do it? No, okay, for me personally, yeah, this is the 13 points, 15 points.
The PP value adjusted is clear. Cost in Stavas is clear. How you estimate the value?
Out of the value here, this is like a little bit to decide what is the best ship to build. So this is like how many, so this is 15, let's say it's worth 15, and it costs only 750 minerals. So then I calculated that it is, I do this, this is the ratio between the minerals and the value. So this is the best ship to build at that point.
You just put the number or?
No, it's not about this. If you agree with this.
Yeah.
Okay? So this one is, for example, 0.88 star basis. So this is the value. Oh, sorry. Let me see the
formula for the value.
Yeah, the formula. Let me see. I have the spreadsheet here.
Still some very interesting ideas here.
I mean, meanwhile, I just want to comment that you just described mathematically how not doing what Isabel talked about to maximize the early value gives you with a small fleet, which means that every rational player will conquer you. Yes. Because you will be the rational early conquest. I love how it was like this framework for that.
Well, there are both goalposts, so to say, and the truth is somewhere in between. Yeah. And,
no, I mean, I just give the maximum because you can decide to do less, so you can make it more effective earlier. I will tell you the formula later. I forgot to look at it.
I mean, there is one thing which I always considered and never got a real hold on it, and that is priority points have the additional advantage that they push the mineral and cash requirements for building stuff into the future. So that this is something I always, a concept which I grappled with in order to somehow put it into a context somehow, so that you can decide when is it better to push this into the future and when to build it up front, and especially the idea build before limit, this kind of stuff. This is quite interesting. I really need to think this through. I mean, thank you very much. Those are some very interesting ideas.
And we can get those.
Huh?
Sorry?
We can have those.
Yeah, the slides.
The slides. Because in my end, I recognize that in my games, with my general idea, only build bases when you can feed them, so that they are not idle. This is probably not a good idea. I mean, because if you are able to use the PP idea to push the cost into the future, so that you can. So
you have an extra cost as well, no? Because
yes, but well, the extra cost in this case is possibly more exposure against outside attacks.
Yeah.
This is something which a seasoned player can gauge.
Can manage, yeah.
And
it gives you a better fleet later on if you manage on the diplomacy level to have peace with your neighbors. So that
but that's also expensive, because peace with your neighbors denies you the early conquest. Yeah, so you don't want to have too much peace with your neighbors. A little bit of peace.
You have to trade off somehow, okay?
That's very.
If you know you will later face off the crystal and you want to have heavy faces on your ship, it's maybe a better idea to go more for the priority points, so that you can build the ships with them when you can afford the molybdenum and the money for the heavy faces, which you maybe cannot afford in the right polygon. Because what is it worth if you know you have to fight the crystalline if all your ships have X-rays?
This is a second side effect. By pushing it into the future, it ensures that the ships which you build afterwards with PP are higher quality, so they have better beams and better torps. This is
and also better located. You build them where you need them.
Possibly. It really depends. Yeah, but at least this is an idea how to quantify things a bit, how to approach the idea with in a systematic way. This is what I lacked so far, and those are some very, very interesting ideas.
Okay.
I always felt that I could probably improve my game if I enable this save minerals now, put them into PP, and use them later. How to deal with this? But
this is fun because I have never calculated or made any Excels about these things. But when you show the slides, I think I have played with the feeling, and the feeling was quite the same. Like I agree your slides 100%.
Yeah.
I can see that. Okay, this is the ship I have been building, and your slide said it has been right way to do.
I would be a little bit below that because you still need the logistic ships. You need a freighters fleet in order to get your stuff going. But still.
No, I'm building these just like simplification, but I don't consider these premium builds. No. So anyway, the thing of what Koski was is also in here. I mean, I might build some bad ships. Build them very early because they amplify early colonization, early exploitation. But just the first
engine automa for transportation purposes. Very good medium deep space breakdown, especially driven with Warp 9. They use all fuel and everything.
I have used Automa Warp 5 for yeah, but especially if the fuel is good, I won't do that. Yeah,
that is what I wanted to remark on your during SAT's presentation. What was very obvious as well.
There seems to be questions in the YouTube chat.
One of the major changes in your idea, in your progress of games, is your engines got worse and worse.
yeah, but I also had like 40 transport ships also. I show only the carriers, so I had 70 ships, 40 ships, catspores and everything like that, because I cannot build economy with Warp 5 golems. Of course, I had to have also the support ships.
Sorry, echo is off now.
Does limit number actually mean?
The turns. The turns. Number of turns.
The number of turns?
Before. So let's say you guess the ship limit is at turn 25. So this one, you mean this is worth it building it like turn 16. Okay. Of course, you might build.
The moment in the turn, it becomes worth by the way.
Yes, it becomes worth. Of course, for technical reasons, you might decide to build a couple earlier, but you are. I mean, that would be for other reasons, not for just.
A question from the YouTube feed. What happens to you to your pre-ship limit fleet planning if you get attacked early? I think
that's what I said before. I would like assess that. I would spend a little bit of my capital on that to avoid it, either diplomatically, making arrangements, or. I mean, it's not like this is the maximum you can build, and I think I put it on the last slide, which I'm not sure if it's.
So it's part of framework.
The last one, yeah. So I might spend something and defense, or early attack, even if I think it's more effective to.
If you need that ship to clone and get it by conquest, then you can insert the ship in the spreadsheet if you don't have it.
And of course, this is like if there is an empty map, no enemies, you can do the max. But for example, in the game where I built this big robotic fleet, Joshua attacked me like turn 18, so I needed to build also maximum minefield. So I definitely invested also for the defense.
Yeah.
It cost some carrier.
But for robots, defense is cheap, relatively, compared to like other races. You have to like pull your hair out.
But I think with the
at least as robots you can defend, for a while.
But with the robot, I think defending is awful.
Yeah,
I think
of course.
robots
Make no progress.
Yeah, because I have bad engines. They cannot intercept. They must just be told and attack. Attacking with robot is okay, but defending is not.
Okay, but you can put 3 Warp 5 engines on the line, and then you can still intercept.
The line of golems. Intercepting warp 5, so nobody can.
Warp 7 overdrive.
Oh, okay, warp 7.
But this is going to go against my ingrained beliefs so far that under certain circumstances it might actually be beneficial to build a base and have it do exactly nothing, because in the end the PPs are going to outweigh the rest. This is something I need to wrap my head around, but I think you're probably right and I'm wrong.
We should play a robot team game with coach and robot.
Robot, yeah.
Tuukka's presentation had it very bluntly put. Looking back at this, I did think about my gaming and realized that it sucks. Yeah, no going back.
Okay.
Whoa. For that alone, the trip was already a success. Thank you very much. That was very good.
This is something that violates this slightly. If you have a place where you have enough minerals, you build a place to be able to 2 or 3 ships before dinner.
I'm not sure how we can get this off.
2 or 3 ships, single one.
Well, I won't go that far, but at least it's definitely an idea worth considering very closely.
If you calculate the federation, when you put the federation are below the curve, below the others, because of the mineral
the less bases, then they're more difficulty making bases.
But
after turn 15, they have the Merlin and they come out okay.
Yeah, but I think with the federation, because you get double money, you can put all your freighters double money with them, so you can build faster mines everywhere.
I don't have problem building mines. I never had. Once you do a lot of bases, the money is more than enough.
Okay.
Once you start like making uptacking to tech level 9, that's going to cost you much more than.
When I play, for example, robots, I usually have a problem with the money to build new bases or mines to every place.
I can tell you.
I have all the money is a problem.
That was one more of those comments I wanted to do for you, because yeah, okay, sure, if you have unlimited money, this is more efficient to invest into mines early on, but it will stunt the growth because you only have a certain amount of turns in which you can push out transport freighters, and if you can't do it anymore simply because you don't have the necessary cash, then this is a limit of itself. And
but if you can build more fleet.
Let's say for robots, I don't make Mark 7.
Yeah.
That's too expensive.
But then there are plenty of interesting things. For example, if we have the league games and we have a standard game that ends at turn 8, and you are privateer and you have hundreds of priority points. So basically, you should start to build in a manner that
you have to build on the right base already in the
and
beginning.
you have to make it so that 10 turns before the game ends, you are at 0 priority points, and you have maximized your output.
I mean, in a privateer game, I had 450, and I had 10 bases making heavy phaser, transwarp, meteors every turn. And it's like a lot of work.
Having a big stockpile of PPs obviously has the downside that
you
someone attacks into you while you have them, then your bases are going to finance the losses for base breaking. But at the same time, now with the newest queue which we have, I foresee much less base building than before, and so this is, which by the way I consider a good thing. I think it's a good thing for the balance, so that bases are actually meaningful, and that there are still many planets for which it's worth fighting with smaller ships. Just to in top level games, usually the trench warfare, like Rowley put it, this is making the game stale and boring, because all taking of planets is always base breaking, and this overemphasizes this aspect. So with the new queue, this might not be a big problem anymore, simply because you don't have that many bases from which enemies can steal your PPs.
I mean, if you have 400 PPs, sailing 2, it doesn't matter.
Maybe one on the YouTube. channel, we will be going to set up the next presentation starting at 4 o'clock Finnish time, so in about 10 minutes. See you then.
Hey, my real name is Pauli. On the forums I go by the nick of SMN, and this is going to be a brief historical presentation to remind why certain changes have been made, how things were in the past life, and the point here is that after the brief history we will move into a discussion phase where we are going to actually talk about the new view, how it works, and how the meta goes with that one, what are the actual changes, and so on. So let's move on. First of all, we still have the classic queue, and the classic queue comes from the 90s. It's basically the Tim host queue mechanism. So there's a hard limit of ships that can be in existence, often called the hard ship limit. It's in a default game it's 500, and that means that if you are to ever gain more ships, it means that somebody needs to lose ships. So at any single time there's only 500 in existence. And back in the days, priority points was one resource, but even more important resource was called the ship slot, which is basically a slot to have a ship in. And you could only get priority points back then by destroying enemy ships in a ship-to-ship combat, not by killing them by bases or killing bases or having any bases idling or anything. It's just only ship-to-ship combat. And it was giving basically, well, the mechanisms are similar, how much priority points gained from combat.
You should mention recycle. You
Recycle.
could still,
Yeah, recycling gives you always one static priority point.
yeah, just
True.
because you said only combat, no, well, it's recycling.
Yeah, correct. And that was actually called priority point banking. You could build some cheap one priority point builds just to take the ship slot, and later on in a good position could recycle it and build something better in place. And the priority build points worked a little weird, really, because whenever a player had more than 21 or more priority build points, then whenever ship count goes below 500, they get automatically used. Basically, the player with the most priority build points but still over 20 builds first, and if there's still ship slots available, then the next priority build will happen if any of the players still have over 20 priority points, and again it just goes to the next build and next build and next build. And meanwhile, there's also so-called regular builds, and they used to move through all the planets in ID order. And it was a really punishing system also, because your priority build code, and you have, let's say, a Merlin as your next build in the regular queue, and suddenly you just get into combat, lose a ship, but kill something, get over the 20 priority points limits, it will priority build that Merlin of yours. So you lose 20 priority build points for no good. Not recommended, but everybody has done it at least once. It's a good way to learn.
No.
Painful way to learn, let's say. So how it works in action then? Okay, there's still some things are the same. There's a mad rush to the ship limit, and whatever you have on approximately turn 25 is likely to be whatever you're going to have in a long time. And if we are discussing late game, then there's no point anymore in normal economy, because the building is so limited, and the only places you can really sink resources in is building mines, building torpedoes, minefields. It's very, very good to have max bases, everywhere, minefields everywhere, First World War type of trench warfare. I will mention that. And also, there's a bit of beauty in there, because it makes tactics and ships really important. That ship slot is actually really important. I've had a cold pain drive into mines like hundreds of light years out from a friendly base, and then invested to hundreds and hundreds of Mark 8s to countermine, just so that that one poor little wounded cruiser is able to limp back to base and be refitted. Basically because the ship is good and the ship slot going to somebody else is bad. So it sort of gets really weird when you get into later game. And then we get into the really interesting stuff. If there's a high skill gain, it's entirely possible that the regular queue might never make it through all the planets once the queue starts, because the system allows build prevention. You can have a lot of priority points, and if you have the most priority points and only build these, let's say, small deep space fighters, one priority build point per build. If you have 50 priority build points and the next player has 25, the person with 25 is not going to build anything before you. There has been 26 ship slots released, and you have built 26 small deep space freighters. So you can imagine that in this kind of situation, any combat you enter is you need to make sure you win it, and you win it in a priority build point positive way. And still you have to think that what about if I still won't be able to replace anything, even if I get a good priority build points, because that other guy has those 50 priority build points in reserve. So it gets interesting. And good players, obviously, they go all for queue control. They know which base is going to build next, and they will build their whole strategy around capturing, attacking, preventing the enemy getting built from that base, because they know where the regular queue is, and then try to put the base up there and get that build themselves.
There are some extreme versions of that. Emok made a funny demo of that, so that you make that you let the queue move on by one at the very same turn where you force another build on this base which you are taking. He was playing as a bird, and he was setting priority build 1 there, so that they built a ship at the same turn when they lose the base, so that the ship could be collected. This is the kind of stuff which, if you do that to a beginner, this leads to lots of drops.
Yeah, and there comes the real message there, that it gets very counterintuitive when manipulating these arcane rules of the classic queue, and this results in massive differences between good and great players. So there were a few great players who knew how to manipulate the queue and know these all little tricks, and then the good players were doing completely solid economy and completely solid strategy, and then just like lost totally because of not having the grasp on the counter-intuitive mechanics. And then, this is a good example. It was again Emok who first presented the idea of Merlin build control. So basically this means that you build Merlins from the queue yourself, and then you gift them. Maybe you have a prisoner ship from an enemy race, maybe you have a neutral cooperative race. You gift them Merlin to somebody else and then shoot it down for 10 priority points. You do this with, let's say, 3 more Merlins in a single turn. You're up at something like 45 priority build points. Nobody's going to ever build anything again. And of course, if you're in the position that you have the strongest fleet in that moment and you get to lock the queue, all fleet combat, when they produce priority build points, you still don't let the queue run forward, you still just fill it with 1 priority point. Use the ship slots with 1 priority point builds. So obviously, when many people do this, games can get completely stuck. And in Capricorn War, it was actually, we played for over 200 turns without a single build from the regular queue. It just, and even that, it would have been like 500 turns, but in the middle of it there was a massive recycling, mass recycle event where we managed to push out a few value builds. But think about it, that was almost 2 years in real life. I mean, my kids stopped being babies and started to be quite large, and I'm not building any ships. So there's a couple of things that have been in. One of these was fight or fail. Again, respect to and greetings out to Dungeon Master, who came up with the concept fight or fail. That if you drop below a certain limit number of planets, then you're just going to be wiped out. But anyway, Capricorn War lasted 600 turns. It was really exciting times in my life, almost 4 years of real life time, and I actually took an oath to never play again with the classic queue. Never. And that's why I wasn't in the Invitational. Okay, so we get to production queue then. And here the point was that it was introduced already in 2014, so Capricorn would still be running for 3 years, stuck in the old system. But I think basically the idea was to address the worst issues which were with the classic queue. So one key changes I have here. One of them is that the ship limit is now soft. So priority builds are always possible. Nobody can ever block you from building a priority point. We can't go over the ship limit. We can have 600 ships in game or so. So build prevention is no longer possible. That's a very, very good thing if you think about how the game should be fun for all players. Bad news for the worst queue manipulators. We just lost the big weapon. And star bases then, they are selected for building in random order. And this was quite directly aimed at stopping the riding the queue type of thinking, that you make sure to line up your best build at planet ID 74 because you know that queue is now at 72 and soon it will build and so on. So this was also something that good players always did, and people who were otherwise completely good just didn't get the grasp of and didn't get builds. So yeah, actually very good that was no longer possible, but there were side effects which we can discuss a little bit later. Then there was the next change. If a star base idles 2 priority points if it's selected for building and doesn't have anything lined up. I'm saying selected for building because you can get these also after. Also, if you number of ships in game drops below the ship limit, and then your base randomly gets selected, but it doesn't have anything lined up, so you can get these +2 priority points also after ship limit. And it was random, so it happened quite often. Then killing star bases with ships if the target has priority points stacked, then you can steal 2 priority points from the base owner. So it's sort of also making, if somebody stacks a huge mass of priority points, it makes it possible to go and steal a little bit of those from them. And then we also had a really nasty change, which was pretty much for other reasons that you're thinking, but also the D19B. So all hulls, the priority build price went up by 1 priority build point, and this now prevented completely the idea that I have built a small deep space freighter now and then I recycle it and get my priority build point back. You always got less priority points back when recycling. You could no more do priority point banking.
Be honest, this is just a pop-up paint.
Could have been, but yeah, Okay, so what did it mean in action? So the changes there, they reduced the effects of the skill gap and made the, I think it made the game more intuitive for new players. So this was pretty much mostly good. Of course, many old-timers were dismayed by losing access to good tricks in their arsenal, but for general good, yeah, this can be accepted. Then was the interesting thing. It introduced the element of luck into the game, because the star base building is random, so some bases might actually build several times during the game, and some might never. And yeah, this was criticized really heavily. It was bad. Again, one of the good things was, I mentioned earlier with the classic queue, we got max bases everywhere and mines and mines and mines and mines. Now that we did random building, it became a resource sink, which meant that there's more significance to the real economy even in the late game, because you need to have a good build lined up at every planet of yours, and all of them need to have star bases if you want to be competitive. But really, there were quite unfortunate side effects. One of them is, like I just said, that if it's random and you want to do well, it's necessary for a good player to set up the best possible build at every star base and star base at every planet. And it can get tedious. And also, every move doing this sort of lottery economy is away from sending in the fleets and having fireworks and everything. So, yeah.
After ship limit was reached, going to a lot of bases,
yeah,
build good ships was beneficial.
Yeah.
So you get a pause after ship limits instead of action.
Yes, and yeah. Then there was the other one is that now the value builds, they are build values are very different between different races. So it's not only is a Warp 5 X-ray carrier, biocide or rush or whatever very much more useful than, let's say, a T-Rex or Crystal Thunder, but it was even exaggerated because it's late game, it's so damn cheap to set up a Warp 5 X-ray carrier everywhere.
Essentially, the only real approach which I could see for top races would be to queue Merlins, and a little bit more Merlins, and then to convert them into 10 PP by making sure you had a hostage ready and somehow convert. It just wasn't fair.
Yeah. And yeah, obviously, so that's a heavy shift in favor in the carrier races here. And just a theory, but we've seen after the production queue, we've seen quite a few different boosts to the torpor races, and this might have been having had quite a few effect on that. So, but here we come to the most unfortunate side effect, and that was that it's really slowed down games. Less action, more setting up bases and builds, and yeah, because if you want to win, you need to play well, and if that's playing well, so then that's what you have to do. And there were some circumstances where players, looking at the Mentar and the Emok, went as far as to line up the resources to immediately set up another Gorby at the base, if that base gets lucky in the build lottery.
Team Wolf.
So, it's like insane. Yeah, it got insane at some point. Endless trucking of minerals and money, and yeah, there's also that it still slows down the game. If you have a base at every single planet, then it's fairly easy when the sector becomes under threat to move in fighters and defense posts. So basically, every planet has a max base. Also, it didn't change much. Side note about the planets limits ships queue, also known as PLS. That was added in New Year 90. That was somewhere around 2017, 2018, right? So we had really long debates of the queues in the forums back then, and many people were advocating in this sort of personal ship limit, which would change the nature of game quite a lot. And I actually also wanted to see how this works out, and was a very heavy advocate for the planets limit ships approach. So this was basically that you control as many ships as you have planets. There are some parameters there. You might have 2 ships per 1 planet, or you might have 1 ship per planet, but always at minimum 10 ships, or you might have your planet's number plus 20. There were parameters for this. It puts focus into expansion and aggression, because the more planets you have, the more ships you can build. And there were problematic areas, like if there's I think it's generally accepted as a good practice that cloning stops at ship limit, because it somehow it makes the racial fleets or fleet ship types that the race can build, it makes it more significant. Otherwise everybody would try to get the biocide at some point and only clone that one. So that was a problematic area. Do you deny cloning altogether? Would you need to have a switch to stop cloning at turn 30, or would you allow it always? None of them is very good, I think, for the purpose. And it puts more emphasis on brute force and less on tactics. If you have wounded ships back in enemy territory, it might actually be more beneficial for you if you just drive them to a planet to die, so that the ship slot is relieved and you can build a replacement. No need and pointless to try and save it doing any risky operations. So less tactics, more brute force. This was not feeling good. And there was also another problematic area which I noted that is lacking from my list here, is that what do you do then if let's say you're playing the crystals and you have a prisoner ship somewhere, but you don't capture it. You just build bad hulls and gift them to your prisoner. So you're sort of eating up somebody else's ship quota.
You also don't capture the ships. Sometimes it's better to just leave them in the web.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you give them an additional 10 small deep space fighters.
Yeah, exactly. It's called adding insult to injury, huh?
Yeah.
But
so.
Yeah, I was always thinking that this queue limits very much also the private ships, because they rely usually on a huge fleet with maybe less planets, because they can capture all the ships. And if you want to capture the ships, the ships die. You can't get them anymore if you don't have the planets. So your main weapon is totally useless in that scenario.
Yeah, and why that happens that way is probably I don't know.
No capture is the biggest problem with the PLS. No capture.
It's got the feeling that it could need a little bit of adjustments, but because it's not used in system-generated games, there's some single-player scenarios use it,
it can be used.
And player-hosted games sometimes use it.
It should be added that capturing is not counted. The captured ships are not counted, so that you still can capture ships even if you're over the limit of the ship. Other things is really crazy. You capture a ship and the ship is getting blown.
You just
you really drive mad.
But if you capture 5 extra ships and then you want to build one, you need to first get rid of 6 ships and then you can build the one.
But captured ships should not get blown.
So it is not only for the privateer. I played one beginner game, the very first fleet game with that setting, and the beginner game had the PLS setting. I was the bird, and every time I was able to capture a ship via normal weaponry like falcons with X-ray, stuff like that.
It was blown.
They blown up. This was so ugly, right?
Yeah, that's horrible.
Oh, I get that one. You set up the trap, and then it blows up, and you say, "What? I captured it. Why is it blowing?"
It took me a week to realize the rules.
Now I know. I was one ship over it because I built one.
to change for the give ship friendly code that it actually isn't given, but was given and blown up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, but for the capturing, it's really bad.
No, it should be expanded for give ship and
Okay.
maybe
Let's move
for
on.
captured
Let's
ships.
move on.
All right, so introducing New Year 107. I think that was in 2022 January or 21 January. It's been around 1.5 years or 2.5 years. I've lost track. But anyway, this is the newest iteration, and it's got the feeling that it's addressing the biggest problems which were happening with the production queue. So now we have the planetary production queue, which is a PP queue, and it's basically an evolution. It doesn't really get completely rid of the randomness, but it's limiting it, and the priority builds work in the very same way as previously. Regular builds get whenever the amount of ships drops below the ship limit, then the system is allocating batches of new builds. So basically from 497, typically it allocates 10 ships. So you would build up to 507 ships. And then there's a bit of mathematics done so that basically those players with over 10% of the planets will get a guaranteed build, and then those with less will participate in a build lottery. But now you have the RBX codes where you can state that, okay, I want my random builds or my lottery builds to happen exactly at this base. So you still have a little bit randomness, but now it's a much more controlled level of randomness there. And that's basically the main changes there. So less, but in action, what it does. Yeah, okay, there I'm claiming that it's been in use here for 1.5 years. Not sure. Anyway, but are we happy with it? We have had now 1.5 to or even more years of experience with the queue, and we're starting to feel how things develop in the new system. On the surface, as we saw, it addressed quite well the few problematic points that were in the production queue, which again was addressing problematic points with the classic queue. So there's been a pretty good evolution here. But I think we are not at the end of the line. I think we can figure out and find out still issues with the planetary production queue, probably. But personally, at least I feel it's much better than the production queue.
From all the queues, I like it best.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Personal opinion.
The downside, if you can call it that, is that it's difficult for a player who doesn't know it to understand it. I mean, I seriously had to invest around 1 hour until I finally understood how the hell this is supposed to work. But on the plus, really, I mean, in effect, what does it mean? What are those batches and why are these? But never, let's not go over that. The main advantage I see is that it solves many of those problems which we have here. It ends the spam bases everywhere problem, simply because it's there is no point in spamming bases in the hinterland where nobody is ever going to reach, which makes the game faster. And and because less bases are being built, much more action, and the value of smaller and medium ships are increased because they are completely ineffective against bases, but against planets, quite fine. So all things considered, I would say it's a plus in every direction.
Yes, I believe also that this is the best queue, but two things that you mentioned were problematic in classic queue are now introduced back The first one was what Mentar mentioned, that it's not that intuitive anymore. And especially when it first started, I had a few games with a lot of senior officer players who had no clue about the RBX rule, and only later on in the game they got it, but they could actually concentrate those to certain star bases. I still believe that some new players have
Without setting
problems.
any friend level of RBX, you build your heaviest hull. So that usually means you get the ship you would have wanted.
Or the melon.
It's a catch-all rule which is usually in most cases sufficient,
Yeah.
but it's
It's
something
but it's
you
a
need
bit
to get used to.
It's a bit different if the people are playing it like it would be the previous queue.
Can you recap for the microphone what McNimble said?
Just a question.
Can someone repeat that? Or
Yeah.
should I come over?
So what was the idea?
He mentioned that it works in a way that if you don't have the RPX code set, you will build the heaviest build.
All right.
You have.
So that's
Usually good.
But
Usually,
the engines have
yes.
no weight. It was a problem.
The default rule helps those players who are unaware of the RBX
Yes.
because it prevents.
But if they are spamming star bases and putting builds everywhere because they think that it's the previous queue, then it doesn't help at all.
But then you're not a good player.
Yes, but that was again, it's not intuitive, you have to know it. So if you're a new player or an old player who doesn't know about this RPX, then it's...
Okay, and Alejandro wanted to add something?
No, just a question. That is not related.
And,
the division of 10 ships in the PPQ,
Yep.
it's always 10 ships, even if you play at 200 plus euros?
Yes.
I think it was configurable.
The idea behind that is to make sure that there is not one player who is always in the lead and who is always getting the advantage of that. This is why it's a batch of 10.
At this point I want to highlight that if you go to help.planets.nu and look under the queues, this is explained actually pretty well. I had to read it like 5 times to figure it out actually how it works and how the build allocation works. But once figured out, it's actually quite logical.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. I find it more intuitive than the original classic Timho's queue. When you as an unexperienced player, you never really know why is there a build somewhere, and because if the really good players know how to write the queue, they moved you out every time and you didn't realize it. Right? This is not possible anymore for the, let's say, more intermediate players.
Yeah. Some.
There's also one experiment you didn't mention, unlimited, 9999 ship limit. That's the most intuitive. Your ships cost money and resources, but not any artificial points. The downside is that then you have a huge fleet, but well, that's also one.
Right. Let's turn
that's my favorite.
Let's turn 4 hours per turn into 8 hours per turn.
Okay, but another thing I mentioned that is introduced back is that there is not anymore that cost sink anymore. So now it's again possible to spam those minefields, and for example now in my league game I'm able to build as the crystalline a lot of web mines everywhere and only have 2 star bases that actually build anything with priority points.
Well, I would actually disagree with the minefield part, because the way I see it, with this planetary queue, there are more ships built on high-tech bases, meaning that if ships are built, they are usually built with heavy phasers and high. And this is why I believe that this rule actually is harmful to crystals and robots.
Well, actually, in this league game now, which I'm having, we are having on turn 75, we have over 680 ships, and we all had a lot of priority points, and with the new rule that Sky Garnet costs only 2 priority points, I have something like 50 heavy phaser Sky Garnets with MK8 torpedoes. Those are excellent ships going at the front, sweeping everything they can lay against me and lay those small webs, and also to scoop a little and to capture enemy ships with 2 engines. They are excellent ships, and we can. Crystalline can very well manage with those in this situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Sibiria.
Yeah, so I want to make 2 observations. I want to hear from you. Do you think if it's a good thing or not? It's a change. And something that Mentar mentioned, that overall your tech level of the ships after ship limit went up dramatically. It was going to go up dramatically because you built on the higher phases.
Yes.
And the second effect is your hinterlands will be developed much less because it's less important to develop. You don't need to build star bases there. So are these good or bad changes in your opinion?
I believe they are excellent.
Good. Very
excellent.
good.
Because especially that later one means that we get faster game, and when the one player gets the grip and edge over the other player, they are able to flank and attack, and they won't be max
bases
everywhere.
If you manage to break through somewhere, then this may actually matter, because you're usually going to get only few bases, and those bases which can be quickly brought up will usually not be fully armed. So breaking through and flanking actually gains in relevance compared to the trench warfare.
There was an interesting point in the forums feed, was raised by Emperor Chaka, that now with people starting to learn the economy and doing the priority build points, and with us having league games which are limited to 100 turns or 80 turns or 140 for the champ games, we are actually possibly getting into a situation that we might see again might see again games where no base is going to be doing a regular build again, even throughout the entire game. How do you see this?
Well, I think that's, for example, happening in our league game that I just mentioned. There was one exception, that there was nerf again around ship limit, telling people that we should do a mass recycle, and which we did. And actually many people told me in our league also, KGN, why did you do it? You are crystalline, you suffer for it. But I just happened to get a neutronic refinery ship, and without that one single ship I could have not done anything on the western part of my... I have 30 planets now because I built that one ship at that point of the game after ship limit with the regular build. But that was the last time we did regular builds, and now it's turn 75, we have 680 ships, we will not see another regular builds.
But you are allowed also to build a refinery with priority points. It is allowed.
Yes, but I don't want to.
You don't want to, but you had enough.
Think about it. I have over 100. Yes.
50 ships to do what?
But that was also a diplomatic move. I wanted to keep him happy. Okay?
Yeah.
I wanted to keep him happy so he would try to attack me and kill me and think me and start to plot with me, against me. But the Skyguard, I can get quite a many heavy phaser Skyguards with that price of the one refinery ship. Yeah. But the thing is that I think that with the regular builds there is a possibility that you get regular builds around the ship limit when players and when players fall down in fight or fail. That's the thing. And then later on it only happens if the game goes around turn 100 and something like that. But after that it becomes a regular thing, unless it's kind of a campaign game where there's some advanced recycling thing that one player has 1,200 priority points, like was it Psydev who
Yeah, okay, but this is the kind of stuff where I would say just implement some form of any priority points above 20 or something, an arbitrary number, is going to deprecate by 5% each turn, something like this.
Yeah.
So that this endless stacking of priority points is countermanded somehow.
Should we make it more profitable to steal them? Like right now, you get 2 priority points when taking somebody's base. Would you, let's say, you would get a percentage of that priority
I would just, or something like that.
KTN doesn't like it.
30 priority points, knock out his base.
Everybody on top of me.
That would be really cool. Everybody would
I think that the capture of a full defended base is way too expensive.
Yeah.
You lose a very valuable ship, and in return you may get only 2 priority points. And this is often too less.
Maybe 10% or 2. What is bigger?
Maybe it should depend on the value of the base. A full defended base is maybe 10 priority points worth, and a non-defended base is maybe only 1 point.
Hey, that's a good idea also.
Yeah.
Well,
it depends on how the base is defended.
When there was the regular queue, I made the suggestion not to make it random, each base, but to say, okay, essentially the sum of the tech.
Yeah.
Tech squared is something is
yeah,
taken into
yeah,
account. So
about
big base may give more points.
Yeah,
but
a bigger ship get also more points than a smaller ship.
But I think this is a nice addition. But when it comes to the planetary base, which we have here, planetary queue, which we have here, I think I see no real downsides at the moment. I mean, most of the things I see is making the thing faster and better, my opinion.
Mm.
And it seems to be almost in uniform agreement here.
Yeah.
Can somebody maybe explain the almost specific mechanics?
Oh yes.
Because I'm totally unfamiliar with Horwars, but I think there's something.
There is no such thing as Horwars.
Okay, now this is very important about Horwasps. 2 things. One thing is that Horwasps don't get these RBX builds at all because they don't have friendly codes. And the thing doesn't work like that. So if you have carrier races around and you have a coalition of players, everybody is attacking the Horwasp, they want to kill Horwasp, it's a good idea to try to serve the regular build queue, because every time you go below, even with 1 ship, you actually get 10 ships for the coalition. So you get carriers to the coalition if they manage to do this. And it's against Horwasp, it's very powerful. But there is a very great danger here, because the Horwasp has got this prima nocta thing. It's in the rules that if a player is fight or failed, the Horwasp gets all the regular builds.
What?
Yes. What? It's in the rules, and when you are at 500 ships, it happened in one of my games. Vindicator was ready, Lizard was fight or failed, and there was suddenly 24 Horwasp warships in the game, because he got them all from the fight or failed.
There is no such thing as Horwasp.
Yes.
They are only a rumor.
But those are 2 things, and I think that's very fun, because okay, if you manage to do that coalition, then you can kind of get a really good edge against the Horwasp. But the Horwasp, if he manages to sting and kill somebody away, he suddenly gets a huge boost. So
that's like their reward.
Yes, if they have those ships ready to build on the planets, of course. Yes, but that was the thing.
You have a real problem if the Horwasp player manages to get an agreement, cooperation with somebody else for whatever reason.
It could be.
Do we have any comments in the feeds? I don't have it open right now. Questions or statements or anything related to this discussion?
There's one question from earlier of the presentation. So a below average player should avoid classic games.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yes.
unless he is,
Everybody should
unless he
avoid
wants to,
classic games.
unless he wants to go on an adventure and with suicidal tendencies.
Pain and
I guess
humiliation.
The real problem I see, I'm just coaching a really totally new player, and we are, I guess, even not playing a beginner game, but a training game, is that these different game types, training game, beginner games, with no warbirds, and the training game, with no minefields, then in the beginner game with no fuel and no supplies. It's a totally different game.
Yes.
So let's say your typical normal planet's knowledge does not apply for so many different things. So now changing the side and looking at it for a new player, if he has, let's say, a little bit understood what to do in a training game, he has to adapt almost 20% of it for a beginner game and then again 40% for a normal game. And then the question for me would be, is this a good idea to introduce new players to planets?
No.
No.
No, I still think that if you introduce players to different kinds of games, of parts of the game, like the different races, the different capabilities, the different aspects, set something up that introduces them one by one, but not half.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's fine that there is supplies and all that stuff, and a game without Merlins, and then a game with Merlins, and you give them a small game. Here's a Merlin, do something with it. Part of that is done in the home sector, where you have the normal rules and the experimental starter games. I think that's good.
So, but if at that point of time, I'm thinking maybe it would be worth to have some more and smaller, faster kind of mission games, where you have to accomplish a goal. So now you learn how to use the warp world.
Yes.
Now you learn how to warp a ship.
So some
now you learn how
some
to.
of these things are actually in the home sector, and for the I think for the warp well or things like channeling, if you find that game for it in the home sector, then there will be specific instructions telling you do this, that's channel, and there I go to ship.
Yeah, but in the home sector there is also this stupid game you have
there's other things in there. I agree about that.
To catch this escaping game, you have to send your fleets. If you send them there, after that they are gone. You have to build everything up new again, and this should be fun.
I agree on the other part. There is more in the home sector, and then you think, oh, that's nice, and then you go to the regular planets game and say, where's my trade station? So,
But this is a completely different story, how to bring new players to new.
Yeah.
And there needs to be some kind of tutorial games, automatic tutorial games, where you replay a given setup. And just you learn by replaying a given setup. Like you said, how to use a fire cloud, how to use warp well, what is gravitonic, etc. But it is everything given, you just replay it.
And you have to work with a kind of a good reward system that the players get. I completed the mission, I get something useful, whatever for that might be.
Now you get knowledge, this is enough.
Yeah, but
it's
this
funny.
is not
You want to
enough.
learn the game.
For new players to addict them to the game, you only get knowledge is not enough. You need to put up, if they reach the goal, you need to put up a good reward, and you need not to put up as a punishment if you not made it at the first.
Maybe some campaign advantages or so.
Yeah, like campaign advantages, you get this single ship for it or whatever. So that maybe this would also help. Older players,
I would even suggest to say if you make all the tutorials, you get a half a year free premium membership or something like this.
If you reach the first time, the 10th level,
we are drifting quite far from the planetary production queue. So, shall we wrap up then the discussion with the planetary production queue?
Not quite. I think what I would like to quickly address is, along with the PPQ, there were some rule changes, and they also affect the meta quite a bit.
Yes, I believe we will be discussing. I'm revealing now that I've prepared a few, some might say, provocative statements, and a lot around these new rule changes. But I'm sort of happy that this discussion was around the actual queue mechanism. Let's go to the rule changes in a little bit.
Okay.
All right. So. Let's start with something that I think is not that controversial, but it might slightly be. So following statements are intentionally slightly provocative and mostly around the new rules. All right, the crystals are still one of the stronger races, and the nerfing was all good for the game.
Yes.
I'm ready to stand behind this, and my argument here is that they still win games, and it's still possible with to ally them and work with them. It's just hard, but how do we feel?
Yes.
Yes.
I would
Definitely.
say this is an advantage to experienced players because they can exploit this kind of changes. I can do arrangements to still exploit the web mine.
Yes.
With the crystal player, inexperienced player cannot.
The downside I see it is almost going to be impossible to have another emperor with 2 titles. Because I think this was only possible with the crystals being the second one. It's not. I'm not entirely serious here, but this is definitely making things significantly harder for the crystals. All things considered, I don't feel very strongly about this, but I agree that it's probably good for the game.
Yes. Yeah. It's sort of how I see it is that what it's doing is that you can't anymore have crystal as being a mindless vassal. You can't just tow them around and feed them materials, and they leave their ships on lay web mines and don't even touch the game. And this has an interesting effort which I'm sort of expecting to see here, that when it's allied crystal, crystals work in an alliance, they are actually the most powerful race there. And if we are to exploit the mega weapon, other players give their ships, at least temporarily, to the crystals, but it's the crystal who is driving the operations and making things happen. So I would love to hear from people who are good at reading and gathering data from Nu that how has the crystal finishing positions changed here, because I would actually say based on the gut feeling that they would get more first place finishes now.
Maybe more times killed and more first
I
places.
would expect otherwise, because you have removed the most important merchandise. They will not gather as much friends as they used to, especially for this hurdle that people think it's too hard to arrange the web mine protection with this.
Yes, but crystal was the usual always second place race very often, and
it removed them their position as a kingmaker.
Yeah, kingmaker position. That's well put.
It killed the kingmaker position,
and that's very good.
But will it not? Will they have more position one players? I don't think so.
I think they will definitely be more eliminated more often than before. So.
But on the other hand, do you want to have a race in the game which purpose is only to be there and be not eliminated because nobody wants to go there?
I would like to
lose at the position to always deciding, oh, I ally with your alliance, then we win.
I like the game to be more fluid and more aggressive, and as long as there are crystals around, at least on higher level games, you can't afford that. You can't afford to rush into a site which has the crystal in it. This is very risky and very problematic.
I think it's completely okay if someone plays the crystals, plays it good and win the game, but it's not okay if there is someone who just uses crystal as a vassal and crystal does nothing, but this side has web mines, and it's very good they have been nerfed, because crystal is still a capable race. I think they can still play diplomacy, they can still compete for the win, but the main disadvantage this vassaling is nerfed. And I think it's good change for the game.
And I have to say that in the league setting, with the fixed turn ending, it's very strong, because they are able to kind of book territory and keep territory. And for example, when the game is starting to end, or if somebody is fight or failed or something, they can kind of book territory and defend it.
But I think crystals are not easy race to play. Their economy is quite difficult, and their ships are expensive, and they don't have good bang for the buck battleships. So I think playing with the crystals is a little difficult, but if you can play them, then they can be effective. So I think crystals are a good race nowadays.
So let's make it a tick and move on.
Okay, great. Quantum torpedoes. The Feds were strong. Are they too strong now?
Should we vote?
we can have.
Okay,
a
one thing
vote.
I would say I must have missed something, but I thought, at least in the past, that the quantum torpedoes were supposed to be a Fed-only thing. Now I hear that you can hand out quantum torpedo ships to others, and they still fight this way. I don't like that at all. I would actually prefer to reduce that back to the Feds, and this could arguably make the Feds even stronger. Some might argue, but I say I don't think so, because the Feds are already extremely strong. The quantum torpedoes gave the critical ability to the Feds to break bases efficiently. This was a huge limiting factor to the Feds in the past. And, I mean, I'm saying that to be honest, if anybody would ask me what is my favorite race at the time, I would think I, as a Mentar, am probably strongest on Feds. So I'm arguing against my interest here. But the quantum torpedoes turned Feds from also ran to top tier. And it made it very strong.
And and the QT Nova for max basis, that's also a sellable article. You can, as a Fed, you can now sell somebody else the ability to break any base.
And that's the reason why I think it would be better to say if ships who are quantum who have quantum torpedoes, if they are passed on to others, they effectively revert to Mark 8. And keep them to the Feds, because the Feds have enough to offer. If you can trade so many things as a Fed, you don't need yet another game-breaking ability.
You know what? In our team game, and they have to suffer about it, we are a Fed bird team, and I have refitted all of the Darkwings and the rest of the quantum torpedoes. So guess what? We have quantum torpedo Darkwings, and they are base breakers. For the not so strong as the Nova, but for a little bit smaller base, you can calculate it up how too many defense poses the base must have. So we have the quantum torpedo Darkwings, and you don't see them, they kick your ass, and then you make cloak intercept on the big carriers and stuff like that.
I think there is another option. Sorry.
Now the thing is, now I was wondering why they had nerfed the fascist fast beams to fascist only HUD. So I know why they did it, because I suffered in the game from fascist Virgos with double beams killing my bases, and they killed the Borg bases as well, and more easily like a Fed. And they had the shield generators as well, so not a scratch on the shields. So I loved it when they make the fascist fast beam reduction to fascist hills only. So I was wondering why did they not the same do to the quantum torpedoes and say quantum torpedoes Fed hulls only.
That is what I was suggesting also, because I don't like that Fed has all the diplomatic options. They can borrow Darkwings and refit them and give them bang and everything like that. Fed has already big diplomatic options to drive carriers with 13 base and like that. I think the quantum torpedo should be Fed hulls only, and that would be the perfect solution.
Compromise.
You can still sell quantum torpedo Nova, but you cannot refit other people's Darkwings and everything with quantum torpedoes. I would do it that way.
I would even go further. I think I don't want the Feds to have the abilities to hand over fairly reliable max space breaking for free. This is something which the Fed should not be able to sell, at least not to someone else. So I think this should be a racial ability, not just restricted to.
But I think federations alone definitely not too strong race. Very good as it is now, but the bad thing about Federation is every time you're allied with the Federation, Federation should drive all the ships. So it's awful. You pay.
We did in the three,
Yeah.
games three times in a row.
Yeah, but I don't like it because because it's boring. I bet Robot and Fed. Fed should drive all the carriers because they fight much better, and also when Federation can upgrade all the other hulls, it might be the same.
This is something I also never understood. Why it would be the Fed pilots who are better at carrier battles. This is something I would have expected the carrier races to be better at fighting, but that's a different thing. Anyway, my answer to this, the Feds, it made the Fed much stronger. I would like to limit this so that quantum torpedoes are exclusively in the hands of Feds, and that they can't sell or trade this ability to anyone else because it's too strong.
But on the other question, yes, but what are you doing now if the world trades me a Darkwing and I'm the Fed? Then if you say quantum torpedoes are only in the hands of Fed, I can refit them into my Darkwing.
In the hand of Feds and on Fed and
Fed. But I meant Fed already drives all the carriers, but if only Fed can drive with quantums, so you will be driving also all the torpedo ships too. So nobody else will have any ships and control. And Federation
for the Fed hulls then.
Then they get all the planets also.
It's a fair point.
No, this can only be solved if it's only for Fed hulls only.
I think that would be best solution. But
I mean, one of the things I love about the quantum torpedo Nova is that it's one more way to break max bases, which actually increases game tempo.
Yeah, it might not be. But still, it's being. I mean, I just compare it. The Fed engaging in trade and diplomatic trade with someone else compared to the robots engaging in trade, or the crystals engaging in trade. They have zip. They have nothing the others want or can purchase, while the Fed is getting even more.
Yeah, but Rowdy, if this is your purpose, if you say the star bases are too strong that nobody can break them easily, why is it not a solution to make the star bases weaker? Reduce the defense post, reduce the amount of fighters, whatever. To reduce the power of the star bases. Then the star bases have less value, the game gets faster.
I think that would break so much of the so-called traditional knowledge and everything that it might be good for the game, but it would never get acceptance.
Yeah.
It would never fly as an idea.
So many
actually,
it's easier to examine the concept of what quantum torpedo does than just going down with the starbase strength. But that's true. That's true, though. Personally, I like everything that makes killing bases easier because it gives you more importance to maneuver and speed and all these sort of nice
It makes
concepts.
the game, especially for some races like robots, complete nightmare after turn 60. It's like I want just to go home.
I would like to see more variation about the base defenses, so there would be not that this one max base. I would like to see that basic bases are a little bit easier to kill, but then if you want, you can invest money and minerals to build even stronger base. So when
That's
you
the
attack,
new max base.
you cannot know if there is a you could put like 1,000 each mineral, and then it's 15 base and 100 fighters or something like that. So you could build this massive defensive bases also if you want.
Like the ones
but they should be so expensive that yes.
Exponential cost.
You have money, you have minerals, you have everything in the late game. So in the end you have only maximized bases.
Then everyone wants to have a superstar destroyer.
Make them use priority points to
maybe
improve the base defenses.
I do think that quantum torpedoes, they should have little bit less probability to kill the base. Now until 414 defense posts, which you get like 500,000 clans. You already have, then you start to damage, not even kill. I mean, you have like 5% risk of losing. I think you should have more risk.
Yeah, that's...
It's like, even for the Factorious, it's the same thing. It should be more risky, not just like 100%. No, I mean, you just, it takes a lot of...
the wiki is
or
evil.
you make it, like he's saying, you make it easier for the other race, but like the gap between 0 and 100%, it's too big.
But
it's painful to see people keeping hands up all the time.
No,
so just say something.
Sorry, didn't see.
What I'm already from the 90s, I want to have a configurable star-based cost. So if you want to change the cost, you can make it very expensive, or that way find the ship limit. Also, what I'd like to see is to decouple the starbase and space dock. Space dock could be something not armed, very expensive, and it can build ships. And starbase is something which then, well, it's different. Not for building, but for supporting and so on.
Well, it's something to take home. I think we can't solve this right now, but
you know, there are already the star bases with higher mineral costs and higher capacities in the star clusters.
Yeah.
The star clusters, you already get them. So they have more fighters. They cost more minerals. They have, I guess, also more defense posts. I'm not sure about that.
Well, they are definitely harder because they can carry up to, I think, 80 fighters.
80,
This is a make and break.
And isn't that they have 250 defense posts in guess of only 200?
They are almost irrelevant. It's the 80 fighters which matter. So because usually carriers can only win battles against max bases if they can somehow deal with 60 fighters. 80 means the first ship that attacks dies. No questions asked.
About this topic still, like the quantum torpedo evasion by the meteors and BR class ships, how about that one? Is that good? Is that bad? Is that just a band-aid over the issue that privateer is no longer capable of doing anything to the Lokis?
I think this has already been solved, I think, didn't it?
No, it's a question other way around. Is it a good thing that it has been introduced?
No, well,
I think it's good.
Anything that helps the privateer is good.
Yeah.
I think it's bad, and the reason is that it's counterintuitive. If you have a starship which can move, it's harder to shoot on. If you're something on fixed orbit, it's easy to shoot on and hit.
I think
I mean, if we think about rules and simplicity there, I think it's bad that we are fixing rule with a special rule with a special rule with a special rule. So that's bad. But I think it's at this moment, because there was this side effect, it's an okay solution for that. But it's ugly. Let's put it that way.
Did someone try to use a meteor as a torpedo breaker for the starbase, as a starbase saver for the privateer when the quantum torpedo ships comes or something like that?
No, the problem is that if a Loki has quantum torps, and you're the privateer, you can do nothing.
No, I understand.
All your ships die.
You will kill 10 meteors.
Yeah, but this is the other way around. You are attacking the base with the quantum torpedo.
Yes.
And the player there has a meteor in orbit.
Of course, he should have meteor there to break your shields, because
but now you're losing your torpedoes because it's elusive.
Of course, it's 50, I think.
50?
Yeah. Oh, so if you have 150, you need 2 meteors or 3.
Yeah, but
so
you guess that
you have 2
meteors
with a Mark 8 ship to kill the Loki, to kill the meteors, and then you follow up with the so you have a scratcher versus a scratcher. It's just don't use the quantum torps on the first ship.
Okay, but you're going to use the quantum torps against the base.
Yes, so we use Nebula.
So you go first to Loki Mark 8, you kill everything, and then you go with the Nova.
But I think it's good for a privateer, a little advantage against the Lokis, because otherwise it's impossible.
Once you have Loki's in a later game to all the enemies as a privateer.
I lost embargo because of the birds.
Loki without one
the kingmaker.
Loki Mark 8 is bad enough.
Oh well, let's move on.
Okay. That was a good discussion. Next one is going to be possibly a bit provocative, but I stand behind this. The birds are the new crystals.
You mean
And
Kingmaker or
yes,
the
they are the
Vassal?
allied win enables, but they are not the first place winners. They lack the means to crack bases. They have the means to crack fields, fleets. They can pick apart big fleets and so on. They have this all the sniping things, everything. Okay, if they have quantum torpedoes, then they crack bases. that's true. But thing is that the bird doesn't usually have enough power to be the commanding player of an alliance. They are becoming a helper race, and now they are so effective at the helping because they can break the fleets, pull them apart because they can cloak intercept them in space. That's actually a massive advantage to the other side.
There is one thing I would like to add here. I lost the Virgo War because of an aggressive bird above me as Borg, and simply because I could never risk moving against him without him teaming up with a privateer, and bird and privateer cannot be countered by Borg. It's just not possible, even with the help of others, even with the help of Lokis or stuff like that. Simply because cloaked intercept it kills. Yeah, good luck. So it's just this is so what worries me about that. I was the one choking when I heard about the new intercept and cloak rule, while others were dancing around about all the irrelevant things. This is a deal breaker. And what I don't like about this is that the pure threat alone is sufficient to keep you off the bird. And this is what I don't like. It's a little bit the threat alone is sufficient to have many races, to force many races off a race. Simply because you can't fight.
And that is why this whole question is made. That is just a new crystal, because it's very strong ability. This cloak and intercept. You can like disturb anything, but alone you are still not going to win possibly. But you can make your ally to win.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But it still isn't a passive, I just feed
but I think
minerals
birds are
and
good
into
now
a
as they are. Actually, I think birds are now quite balanced and good race. I think so.
Yes, birds were not known as a very strong race before, so
I'm pretty sure birds also can win. If strong player plays birds, I think they have possibility to win. If you compare some other races, they are above average.
Yes,
for sure. Yeah, I think Kiro McNimble here said the most important thing, that this is definitely not a passive vassal.
Yes.
So it requires an active player.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I guess it requires a much more skilled player than in the old times playing crystals.
Yes.
Spamming out minefields like hell.
But that didn't take a player at all.
Yes,
exactly.
There
were games where there was no crystal player, only crystal ships that were set to lay mines, and nobody played them, and somebody just towed these ships and they laid mines.
They already made some rule changes to prevent the most egregious abuses of that, because in my concrete example of the Virgo War, which this dude actually won, I hate him, is that it would have been possible for the privateer to just supply Warp 5 BR4s or BR5s. Just as to assure unbreakable towing, and give them to the bird, and there's absolutely nothing you can do there. Even minefields wouldn't be sufficient, really, because at least not if you are trying to mount an offensive. because it's you would be able to get close to the planets early on, and then minefields.
Is bird pulse only, I think.
By now, this is by now. Back then it wasn't.
Yes.
Why do you think did I leave the bird alive? Otherwise, I would have been over and at turn 30. No, it just doesn't work. This is the first thing which we need, and the second thing which I would suggest to add is something like that a Loki is able to decloak someone with cloak and intercept. Something to at least give an approach to be able to organize action against the bird. This is because this is still missing.
Loki versus CNI, the cloak and intercept specifically.
Yeah, well, cloak and intercept, or at least something to
the combined extra dangerous mission.
Yeah, exactly. Something like this. Just a suggestion, just pointing out that was basically a huge spoiler in this match because I felt completely helpless. And this is bad. If a race, it's fine if a race is at a big disadvantage. This is cool. This is part of the game. But if you are completely 100% helpless, then something is wrong.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah, you're right. Something misses to fight against the cloak intercept.
Yeah, but of course, now it has been fixed already, so I don't think the problem is that big.
Okay.
The interaction with privateer is gone, so.
No, it's not gone, not at all.
No,
the bird can
yes,
still do it.
But the biggest interaction is gone.
No, really it isn't, because the point of cloaked and intercept is that the birds are able to get under all those ships which really matter without anybody noticing, and then towing them wherever they want. Be it a first strike somewhere, or be it a wolf pack drain or something like this. It's just this is the problem. And if it does it with
show that out of range, you can now intercept it and be sure you get there.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
They cannot cloak intercept with unbreakable troll ships because they cannot. Cloak intercept with the
so they cloaked intercept with a White Falcon or with a Resolute.
You can escape though. With long waypoint.
Yes, and you can intercept.
What if?
Okay, but
what if,
I think birds are not too strong. I think
what if a cloak intercept target would get a warning message that hey, something cloaked just
something is wrong here.
We don't see what ship or where or anything. We just know that there's now a ship. Because this would remove the need to tow break every single move.
When they introduced cloak and intercept, after about 1 day, I sent WhatsApp to Joshua and said, I think Loki should get the warning message about the bird ships doing cloak intercept inside 10 light years or something like that. So you get the warning. You don't see the ship, but you get the warning. So something to help.
At least something. That would be.
But Joshua said not necessary. They don't need it.
Yeah, Kuhn is saying in the chat that don't forget the Superstar Cruiser.
Yeah,
true.
Because when I heard about the cloak intercept, first I think this will break all the game. It's too strong ability, but after 3 years, I think 4 years, how many years it has been, I think it's not that strong. I thought it's stronger than it actually is.
My game!
There are still some counters to it. There's you can have a friendly privateer on Rob, you can have a Fury glory device there, you can have
minefields.
Webs, you can have
I guess we should compare it against fascist double beams or fed quantum torpedoes or the privateer rock mission. All this special stuff, and then take it into account in comparison to the other specials. Is it really too strong, or is it just adds different options for the birds that you're now more afraid of them? Because otherwise the bird was just a small carrier, and with enough minefields, they always have to decide, do I want to intercept and get my ships lost definitely? Now they have something to counter.
It is too much because it is a passive ability, because it just turns the bird into a do not touch race all by itself without doing anything at all. Simply due to the threat.
But isn't that with the Furies and the Glory devices very similar? You know, there are always these ships, so you're very reluctant to go there because you don't know how many they have and they are waiting for you. This is just a discussion we had at the other end. Is there the Glory device Alpha Strike? So you had
a qualified, but the thing is, a qualified player can play around the threat of Glory devices.
But you think the birds are too strong race now?
No,
I do think that this is.
Go around the bird ability. Just take 2 ships. I think it is. I think the birds are weak.
Okay.
This is a special ability that the birds are still lacking. But the
They
birds
are
with the
really
old rule set, nobody wants to play the birds with the old rule set because they are
I am
really
playing the robots, the worst race. The birds are maybe the only race I want to attack. I'm very happy to put my golems on.
I just want a way. I just want a way so that you can realistically deal with the problem. And just to answer your question, I do think that the poppers are perfect for the furry race. It's fine. It's good that they have that because as a good player you can deal with it somehow. But with the birds, this is just not the case. You have no means of dealing with that, and this is without the bird having to do a single thing.
Have you played a bird yourself?
Yes, sure.
To test this
Sure.
and felt overpowered.
And won the game.
Because
I have
many
played bird. I have won the
when
game,
you
but
do it by yourself, then you may feel different. Maybe you feel it's not so easy. Oh fuck, minefields again. I cannot do cloak intercept. If I intercept, where I'm going to end? Are they going this way or this way? It's not so easy.
And fleet building is not easy.
If you have colonials on your side, then
colonials, this would be extra ridiculous.
It's very expensive.
Automa is quite cheap compared to Darkwing.
Take.
Next topic.
Next,
but we can
this leads us.
agree that the Loki can be improved to prevent the
Something like that,
The
yeah.
cloak intercept may be that the Loki just prevents it, or the Loki decloaks the bird ship which are
The
on a
Loki
cloak
races are
intercept mission.
already a little bit.
These are excellent statements. We get these endless discussions.
I vouch for this from all of my heart. The Fury is now the strongest race.
Yeah, but the two PP is a big change.
Yeah, it's a game changer, and few people realize I love the Fury, and even I think that the allied priority point scenario is too much. I think the 2 minus 5 PP cost only for however large Alpha Strike is borderline too much, but it still has a cost. And anyway, my argument here why I think it's the strongest is that, well, basically they got the double beams, so nobody cracks bases like the Fury. You have a single wiki somewhere in the backyard of an enemy. They can't do anything. It cracks every base, and it can crack your home world. You can have it cracks all the Borg bases, everything. So a single wiki is really absolutely totally powerful. Then you have all these nasty new abilities coming on, like the cloaked intercepts and whatever. So now you can really have a lot of glories, and you can negate these abilities that would be, I mean, I said that the bird is the new crystal because it's a kingmaker, because it's difficult, but hey, I'm the Fury, I have the only medicine for that.
I don't care about that.
Fury is the race who has a solution for every problem.
Yeah. Yes,
so,
exactly.
I think they are, in the experienced hands, they are the strongest race.
Yeah, they were underestimated for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Well, now they have the tools.
And he knows to play them. He won the emperorship with the Furies without double beams and without these cheap glories. So.
No, glories were cheap back then. It was classic.
Well,
classic. Oh,
yeah.
Well,
let me put it this way: if I play a high-level game and SMN is playing the Furies, then he's the new Borg. Meaning, this is
don't do this.
This is primal enemy number one. And,
we have to. Yeah, but everybody knows it, so he has 10 enemies, so he's not
already
strong
we have one.
So
Well,
everything is balanced somehow.
But so many people will want to keep me alive because I'm the only help against the birds. Picking apart this.
But to answer the question, the Fury is the strongest standalone race. As in,
yes.
he needs no help to be strong, and he has everything, and the ability alone to turn wars around with 1 or 2 lucky popper alpha strikes. Nobody else has that other than the Crystal or the Privateers, and they can't do it as easily. If you ask me which is the race which, with a little bit of help from their friends, can be the strongest if they exchange abilities and stuff like that, I would say it's probably the Feds. But as a standalone, in strong hands, go away and die. Fast.
Yes, but but maybe they are not too strong. And always some race has to be strong.
There is one weak link for the Fury from how it plays now is the Federation with the quantum torpedoes. That's the killer. There's very little to do against that.
Yeah. And would you put it in front of the Borg?
Yes, absolutely.
The strongest race?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you know that the Glory device intercepts and pops before the channel of the fire cloud?
Yeah, I found out the hard
way. They can't. You have a nice fleet, damaged Borg fleet. If you can intercept and pop the fire cloud, they can't escape. You catch them.
And now you even have chained intercept, which made me puke when I read about it. This is
that was a good change. Come on.
Yeah, okay, it's a good change, as in it makes things more intuitive, but it makes it makes the popper, it makes two point poppers even more criminal.
Intercept change. It's because of you and Imor.
I know.
It was your Merlin which pulled our 6 or 7 Virgos for 10 turns.
That was so awesome.
That was the day when Joshua started to put WhatsApp messages about the new intercept thing.
Yeah, I should have figured that Joshua didn't like that. Okay.
He didn't like it.
Put it mildly.
It wasn't not many turns after he freaked out and rage quitted all the
this Team Wolf, I still think that this Team Wolf was one of the coolest things which had happened in many years. But anyway, just to complete it. So yes, the Furies are definitely, I would consider them more dangerous than the Borg by now, and I like it that they are a very well-rounded race, but they need a little bit more weakness now, and or something. On a one-on-one basis, it's difficult to see. Well, they have the ability quintet almost sewn up by now, and all by themselves.
They have everything.
I'm not sure if they needed this cheap glory device thing. I'm not sure.
I consider that a real mistake.
I think they were like average level, like 4th or 5th or 6th best race. Now they are 1, 2. I don't know if they needed it, but if Joshua wanted to, he wanted to make Feds the strongest race with quantum torpedoes. He said that Federation is it's like the basic race of this game, and he wants it to be good race.
Oh yeah,
when he introduced these quantum torpedoes.
But I think no race actually needed a 1 PP discount, because only the good races got it.
Yeah.
I didn't understand.
There is one race who didn't get anything for robots.
Good point. Yeah.
I said they won't get anything ever.
The robots need a reason to exist. I mean, seriously, this is. Yes. I don't understand why the robots never got any love.
Stop.
Okay, please.
We are coming to that. Okay, I'm going to hit on the next topic because we've been discussing for a long time. It's fun, but I'm worried about our small barbecue. Okay. Now, I should have maybe put this now after a couple of beers as a statement that the Empire's weakest spot is its reputation. But this is a milder version, there's a question mark here. But looking at what the Empire has these days, they have this star-based fighter transfer. The Gorby is going to always fight from the left. Now they have a big value for the superstar cruiser again, and they will be one of these potential bird counters. They have so many reasons to exist, and they are actually pretty strong. And yet, there's one big weakness, and that's it. Hey, I'm next to the Empire. That's a good target. Let's go.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Is there anything?
Many players think Evil Empire is a weak race, and I think many times when players choose races, Evil Empire is chosen last, and maybe the weakest player took the Evil Empire. So I think the Evil Empire is not so bad as its reputation. I would say it has potential, and it's quite okay race, I think.
Evil Empire is played wrong, is my opinion.
Yeah, of
those
course.
people,
Yes,
those people who pick the Empire play it wrong.
Yes.
If I did play the Empire, what I need to do is I need to know what my deficiencies are, and there are many, and start trading for it. I mean, this is I say go ahead, get your kobolds, get your cloakers. And after that, well, maybe a Loki or something like that, and then we talk. I mean, they are not really weak. What you cannot afford is playing a passive empire. This is really risky. This goes wrong most of the time. If you are playing an active empire and say, hey, shop is open. Whoop, you want an SSD? Cool, let's talk. What do you want? What do you offer in return? And then go there. Then I think the Empire is perfectly playable.
And I think you have to rely more on star bases than on ships. You build star bases instead of ships to defend yourself.
Yeah, I mean the ability to transfer and free starships is quite powerful. It means that effectively everybody knows that if they are attacking into an area which is full with Empire bases, they are max bases. Screw you, guy. And this is
and this is actually you don't want to hear about Wasps, but I have to mention that they are excellent in training players to become better players. And when you play against Horvaths, you realize that Empire is very strong in that they can instantly almost send one Gorby towards the Horvasps and stack it with fighters from the rear as it moves and as it goes, and keep it with fighters as it keeps on fighting. And also what you said, that it creates defenses all the time by itself. So
the problem was the Empire had nothing to trade. I mean, you can trade with everybody on the map within 3 turns as the Empire.
Oh come on! There are probes. There are long probes. There are SSDs. Both of them are perfectly fine. And some races would kill for a Gorby. So they do have something to trade.
Superstar Cruiser has there now.
SSD is most valuable.
And also, for example, Federation would like to have the lower Superstar Destroyers, but also the other carriers and stuff like that.
Yeah. Tuukka, can you take over for a second? The smokers really need some tending.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oops.
But yes, I think we all agree that.
I think there's a real difference between the Empire and compared to the fascists, where the Furies have an answer for almost everything. The Empire really needs
almost
trade
nothing,
and has a thing on almost nothing. And with the Super Starfleet Blade as the only torpedo for laying minefields, which is captured at any battle, you're really at the stake of an aggressive neighbor. Almost anybody who has a kind of torpedo race coming at you, attacking you early, you are almost defenseless because you can't afford the fighters you need.
But I think Knurf said this brilliantly. He said that when you have 50 Corgis, you win.
Yeah, in the early stage, I mean, you can do a lot of things with just fighters and try games in the beginning of the game to defend yourself. You just build a base in your point. When you have 6 or 8 bases around, it's not that easy to run over you. You do a lot of clans against ground.
But then you don't have the Gorbis later on the 50 ones to win because you have a huge field of flyers and superstar brigades once the ship limit is.
You start to begin Gorbis about 6 turns before ship limit.
Yes, exactly.
So you have a lot of time. You try until turn 9 to 20.
You don't have it if you're attacked in turn 10 or 12.
I actually like it.
But you can have 6 or 7 bases by turn 10.
If people pay attention to KGN's presentation, then actually, again, it's excellent to start to build those star bases as the empire.
Of course, because nowadays the building star base is even more better than before, because they also create these priority points you need. So it helps a little bit Evil Empire, I think.
Connecting bases to keep the flow of fighters.
I think we are mostly agreed. Let's move on.
Yeah, move on, yes. Okay. Okay. Good time to change. Okay. I can agree on that. Robots are doomed to failure. What you think?
I think robots are doomed to boredom. They are the most one-trick pony race in the game, and have almost no redeeming feature. They have nothing the others would want, because even their special ability of their minefield laying is not something the others can utilize, and
they have nothing to offer after middle game.
Exactly, and
they have nothing.
And I don't understand why the hell this is not changed, because Joshua did make effort to make several weaker races more interesting. We definitely need something to do with a robot, and it's not going to be the ability to generate clans out of supplies or stuff like that. This doesn't cut the mustard. It must be something exciting.
Yeah.
They have the 100% bio scanner.
Oh yeah! Ooh, I forgot the game changer.
But I vote that the robots is the weakest race at the moment. I think they are the race you can build the best fleet or biggest fleet and still lose, because you just can lose with.
Don't forget the colonies.
I think there's one thing.
Colonies are interesting. I like them.
Colonies are quite strong race, I think.
I think it's not even that they will be weak in high-level games or so. It's the thing that they become boring and painful and sad to play, because your economy goes up. There's enough heavy phasers. Your only racial advantage is gone. Then you have heavy carriers which will die most often against max bases. So you know beforehand that you don't have any chances to get any big victories, that you can't really do a good invasion of anything. Your 10 golems are gone after capturing 15 planets, and then you will need to start thinking about how to get that back. It's like
you must trade.
Yeah, you can't see any options, can't see any future. It's a sad race.
You would
sad.
need something
it's
like
very good.
A cheap ship to be used against the bases first that you can replace, but you don't have it.
Yeah.
For example, maybe a small mine layer, which in other hands doesn't get minefields ×4, but ×2. Something like that.
But take something like the Wild Banshee in robots' hands, where you can lay small minefields and kick down 20 fighters for almost no priority build cost or something like that you can build on your own, that you can send in first before your golem comes, the small ship dies, and then you can kill the base for sure.
Every race needs a ship that others desire.
Okay, hey, a comment from the chat. If the robots are weak, how can a newbie like KGN win with them in a row?
Because its opponents are even weaker. Sorry.
That's miserable for the robots that you perform.
I've never seen his planning
how to play with the Quantum Nova. How much damage I took with the Quantum Nova. From 100 planets, 50 were with the quantum node.
Yeah,
That is,
every race
very-
can win by
Of
trading with others and getting their good stuff.
Yes.
Every race can do that,
trade.
but
They want the golem node.
but we definitely need the robots need help. They need they need one glitzy ability which only they have, and they need a ship which they can trade with others.
Yeah, they need
Those are
something,
something to
at
make
least
them fun.
something.
Yeah.
More fun,
And
yes.
to make them useful in the end game for other players as
Yes,
well.
yes.
All the other players have some use. No?
Imagine you give them a ship that has the four-factor mine laying included, so that you can trade it to others and then can use the bonus of the mine laying. It's nothing they cannot accomplish themselves.
I have sent.
Cheaper.
I was chatting a lot with Joshua back then. I have sent like 30 different proposals for the robots to Joshua, but now for last year I haven't sent anything. So maybe it's coming now. Because
alternatively we must force him to play the robots in a high level game. All of a sudden he will see it.
He has played,
Like
I think.
Ship with 50 cargo, but the 4 of mine laying bonus. It's like 200 with something else, which you could have, which might be nice to sell with cheap torps, something like that. So that gives other races defensive possibilities they could also get in later game otherwise. So it's nothing too powerful, because it can accomplish with a bigger ship, with a bigger cargo anyway at all. Right?
I would be happy if they get anything.
Yeah.
Anything, because
but
something.
It should be something very interesting.
Wild idea.
In campaign they have nothing.
In the latest
Yeah.
Battlestar
The only, in
Galactica,
campaign the only race that
robots
has
have
completely
a
nothing.
resurrection ship.
What did they do?
In the latest Galactica series, robots had a resurrection ship.
With doing what?
You have that kind of ship which brings back you one ship. Wouldn't that be great?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, let's.
That will solve the base killing problem. You lose the ship, you bring it back.
You lose the ship, you get a smaller ship back. You lose a golem, you get an automa. You lose an automa, you get an instru. You lose an instru,
You use a
get
cat spawn, you get a
pawn.
golem.
That's like a
You lose a smallie, you get a golem.
yeah.
Okay, let's
If there's
move on.
enough debris and you win the battle, you might construct a ship out of it or something. That could be. One of my personal favorites there is the dense minefields, which is in campaign, because this is like a sort of
still boring.
It's I don't think it's so, because it's
dies to colonies.
no, you would need because late game. One of the things is that the max minefield is only 22.5k or so. It's gone, but if you can actually lay 80,000 minefields, you need quite a few fully packed Virgos to actually get rid of that minefield. And that minefield is going to be harsh, because that's going to be improved hit probability. So that's actually going to be a fairly strong and potent weapon, but it would be completely possible to work against it, because you can still amass like 100 heavy phasers if that's actually something that you want to do.
At least that would be something.
And then you can countermine
yeah,
colonies.
okay, it's a bit boring.
Then
But
you can countermine colonies with those dense minefields. Because you can't countermine a jungle fleet. But if you have dense minefield, you can countermine colonies.
This is
you
too
might
narrow,
lay
nobody
max
is picking
dense
that.
minefield, and after they sweep, there might be 1.5 density left still.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
of
they
course,
would get
because
some hits.
yes, the thing is now robots lay mines, sweeping. There are no mines. It's even I have 1 million torpedoes. I cannot have mines because they are always swept. That's the problem. Even I have very strong economy. Every Katspo have full of markets. There are no mines because you can only lay 22,000. So
the max field and the colonies comes to 11.
Yeah.
Minuscule.
The max field isn't the problem. The problem is the robots can't break bases. So this is what needs to be addressed. This is what needs to be addressed.
But that minefield means you can keep up your offensive.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you agency. It doesn't give you. It doesn't give you agency. You need something. You need a
of
way
course,
to somehow
but
break
I'm
bases.
very happy even they got anything.
So another
because
wild idea. In the original Battlestar Galactica, the colonial fleet was destroyed by Q-tankers sending fighters. So what if Q-Tanker can make a ship which lasts for 1 turn and functions as a carrier?
Like a potential increase in the number of bays for...
I mean, it's alive for 1 turn. It can go for a base or a ship or whatever.
Thinking about
it's using 120 fighters from the Q-Tanker, and you lose or you win. But you don't spend any ship slots.
It blows up the Q-Tanker instead of...
Or it's like a sacrificial ship. You can use it only 1 time per Q-Tanker to put it attack
I mean,
some base with
the
as
Q-Tanker makes the temporary ship, so it sends its fighters to fight.
But can it? How many times it can do it?
Yeah.
Thinking about the robots made me sad.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yes. I think this was the last
It was one
last
of the,
slide
last
to make you all
prepared
sad.
ones. So we need something more happy. Let's go to the final one. Audience topics. Do we have anything in the view?
It's not so bad. Making a chapter like the Red Wing, the cloak one, a ship that can add additional base to a golem, so that it is able to kill a base and dies afterwards or something like that. And you have a small ship to sacrifice, which you can cheaply replace.
There are millions of good things robots could have. But they haven't got anything. So I hope they.
Not even in campaign.
But usually when they get something, then they get going. They get more, because I think many races have got many campaign things year after year, but robots have never got anything.
Maybe the solution is you should state publicly you don't want the robots.
Yes, we talked about that because but the quantum torpedoes was my idea, so I think Joshua could take my ideas also for the robot, but no.
Maybe it's. Do you know the old computer games Mule or so? There were expert races, which was just simply worse. Something like that. Whoever wins a robot game wins a lollipop.
KGN is going to have a lollipop.
I played one robot game.
All right,
you should send a message to
I can't open the feed here, but do we have any
game, you
topics,
should give some help to the robot.
Just one more topic.
You challenge him.
During the previous con in Wiesbaden, we decided that we're gonna have the Planets Con deep game. Anybody interested in a rematch?
What is a deep game?
It was a game from Das Dia and his deep theory.
What deep theory?
It can't be explained. It needs to be experienced. Let's put it this way. Yeah. I'm speaking of that. Before we go into that discussion too far into that, I want to throw out one idea, because with Mentar having the presentation here and Koski answering all those things and us listening and enjoying every moment of the analysis and the counter-analysis and the arguments and everything. One thing that strikes me is that we need to bring back games with significance. Well, something like where we need and like doing that. And I was playing with the idea, and this would be an excellent crew to start with something like that. Okay, maybe because we are more than 11, it wouldn't be full, but as a topic that let's wait until the change of the year or something to clean out a bit of our gaming calendars, and then go into Las Vegas Highlander. Whatever happens in that game stays in that game, no hurt feelings, everything goes, you need to win. First place visit only, finish only, and have that done with a few good veterans and no time limits or anything. Let's see who comes out alive. FOF.
Yeah. I remember from the presentation, getting better by pain and more pain.
Yeah, but
I hear you.
And the random races.
Ooh.
That would be very, very nice.
Yeah.
I want to not to have a robot include it in the lottery.
A campaign game with like only robot dense minefields enabled and everybody else gets standard.
Wow, hey, that's not bad at all. Can we somehow have a game master who verifies that everybody stays true to this and we don't detect on turn 60 that there's actually saber shield generators in the game?
Looking at McNimble here. Nobody will realize that the fascist has come on.
Actually, is it possible to every player to give you access to some judge, and the judge can go and check?
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually possible.
Yes, you can give access to one player at the beginning, checking everything. Yeah, to one judge, checking everything, and once you checked everything that you started, you can remove access again. No problem.
Mind you check that.
That's not bad idea.
You check that turn 2.
Yeah,
turn 2.
Yeah, when the gamers say you're right.
Yeah.
Because you can log in and log out again with the different setting.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, so you don't even need me.
And hey, I can sense that the room is clearing and people are leaving, so I want to, before we finish completely, I want to turn the camera on Fakubi here, who has been our CTO of the camp. Yeah, right. Is it time to close down?
I disagree with Mentar. I think that's why it will be nice.
Okay, we finished with the official part of the camp. Now it's sauna and barbecue and hot tub and fun stuff. More fun than the robots.
The work is done. Yes. I mean, that we'll have to do.